Hello, everybody. You are tuned to the Sexy Asian Dragon with your host, Pacific Ocean Asia. Well, everybody, continuing the theme of last week. First of all, I want to say this is for men only. This is not for women. So if you're female, I know you saw the title for men only, and all the women are going to get on here. Yes, you can watch. The title is designed to grab your attention because this is for men as much as it is for women. Because Pacific, I'm going to say something. One of my viewers, name withheld, who watches my videos as well as is on my Facebook, nice lady, she refers to my channel as 80% good and 20% what the heck. I like that. That's classic. 20% what the heck. You know what? I wouldn't be Pacific if that wasn't said. 20% is what the heck. Where is this guy coming from? Man, what is his deal? That's the thing. I'm not in a box. And as you can see, anybody who does this, anybody who cuts his hair, grows it long, anybody who can say the things that I say on this channel and be me and continue to survive 49 years, that's an accomplishment because you know what? Most of the stuff that goes on out there today is unfreaking believable. But let's talk about something. Let's talk about lust from a couple of different perspectives. Today, Pastor was talking about how we need to view people as the way God views them, and that we need to view a woman multi-dimensionally. That we men, when we're lusting, tend to be one-dimensional. We think of the physical, the eros. But it did get me thinking, and before the women climb all over me like a tree and say, oh, here he goes with the excuses, here he goes with the justifications, hear me out. Hear me out. Has it ever occurred to the females in our Western cultures that they are part of the problem rather than part of the solution? We hear the term, you men, you just objectify us women. You make us an object. You treat us like a piece of meat. After the message this morning, the teenage girls all got up in white t-shirts. Now, I understand teenagers are not on the level of myself. Cut them some slack. They're still finding out themselves in the midst of their pubescenceness and their... And can I be honest? Girls today in this culture are not growing up with the right stuff. They're not getting properly trained at all, Christian or non. Let me say that one more time. Today's young women are not being trained the right way. With the caveat that there are a few, minusculely few, in light of the overwhelming percentage of Western women, there are those homeschooled mothers out there that are summa cum laude in their way of imparting to their young daughters the way of God, the ways of God, the modest way, the moral way, what is expected of a godly woman, etc., etc. But what we don't see today is the bulk majority of women today getting properly guided. Guidance. You need guidance, boy. So after this powerful sermon by our pastor, the women get up and do a little flag thing that they say it's all for marriage, and each color of the flag symbolizes, this, that, and the other. Back to objectifying women. Women, I want you to hear this from a man's heart. A man who has a lot of problems, has made a lot of mistakes, and is not an expert in relationships. But through my failures, through my experiences, through 49 years, through observation and working with students for years, 12 plus years, watching people you do pick up some things. You can go to school and get a degree in psychology, and it does not make you qualified to counsel or to analyze people. It simply gives you a toilet paper degree that is good for wiping your bottom. I mean, yeah, you can get a job with a psych degree, but can you be good at it? That's the age-old argument. I went to college, therefore I am. How many people, raise your hands, class, how many of you have seen people with more college degrees than any one of us, and you sit and watch what they do and go, are you serious? I'm not a rocket scientist, but I can tell you what he's doing is wrong. Back to my school bus classroom. Looking out the windshield of my classroom, my 40-foot-long classroom that seats 72 people, or 77, or 65, depending on which bus they issue me, I see a lot of stuff out there that's defined as stupid. Men with suits and ties, not going the speed limit, not using their turn signal, zigzagging in and out. Wow, you went to college for that, huh? So you all know where I stand on the college degree. It amounts to a hill of beans. Why is it that I, without a college education, believe in driving the speed limit, even with the pressure, traffic peer pressure? You know what I'm talking about. Well, if you don't go over the flow, you're going to get run over. But get run over then. Be a man and be a woman and pull up your big boy pants and say, hey, I am not going to be pressured by a bunch of fools to go with them over the cliff. Try an experiment, ladies and men on my channel. You go the speed limit and drive in the right lane and watch what happens this week. Watch what happens. Get back to me with your comments. You get honked at, flipped at, people right over that line glaring at you, tailgating you. Maybe some of you come from small towns where there's still some chivalry, but for the most part, that's all eroding quickly in the United States of America. I tell you, it takes a bigger man or a woman to actually stand on what's right and say, you know what? I want to trust God with my driving, too. You know, if you're driving all the way in the fourth lane over on I-25 and you're going to decide to go 55 instead of the posted 65, don't expect to get my sympathy. I mean, you got to be smart here. But I'm sorry for all those cowboys out there that think that they can go 70 in a 65 zone and you're going 65 and it's heavy traffic and you happen to be in the fast lane. Screw them. Let them ride your bumper and have a hissy fit. And hope to God a cop sees them jerk around you and do their little smart aleck maneuver. I find that too many people give in to peer pressure on the road. Driver neurosis, I call it. You know, you're starting to overtake some dowdy, boring woman driving her boring, dowdy LL Bean Subaru Outback limited edition. And all of a sudden, when you start to pass her, and I'm going the speed limit, and oh, no, there's a man. He's going to pass me. Can't do that. And then she'll break the speed limit. I want to go up to her and say, so do you think it's right to break the speed limit, what you just did? I guarantee you she won't operate on logic at all. She'll operate on emotional meltdown mode. We have a problem in Sector 4. 10-4. Let's talk about the issue of lust. Let's talk about the teenagers that did their little skitsy today. Can I be honest? I work with teens all day. So forgive me if I'm being a little bit cynical. The one girl gets up and says, we were trying to come up with a song that would accurately be reflective of marriage and you know, God honoring and stuff. And then the teenage girl, she talks and she says, you know, I didn't go to church because I was too tired. So me and my friends stayed home all day. Boy, that's good. Disciplined, godly woman. I'm too tired to go to church. I'm going to stay home. Let's just unpack this bit by bit. Then she continues and said, so we started watching the movie Fireproof, you know, about Christian marriages and the way things ought to be. Then we fell asleep during the movie. Typical girls. And then as the movie was ending, they woke up and heard the song, and the one says, oh, this would be perfect. What does this have to do with objectifying women? It has everything to do with it. I want you to go with me on a school bus, and I want you to watch junior high girls, and I want you to watch high school girls. Doesn't matter ethnicity. And I want you to walk with me in my day and my role as a bus driver who is polite and in my students' face. Hi, how you doing today? Welcome aboard. How's everybody doing today? I welcome the teams, everything. They don't know what to do with that. Most girls don't respond. It's like I'm a machine that they can just walk by. I'm not a human. I'm just a robot that drives their bus. Out of 50 girls that'll get off a school bus, maybe 1 or 2 will say, "Thank you, sir. Have a good day." Yeah. Women complain that men objectify them, but let's continue this theme. The magazines that are put out by women for women are dominated with complete self-centered narcissism. 50 ways to make yourself beautiful. 50 ways to have ultimate sex. How to win a man at any cost. How to win another woman at any cost. Read any of these. Pick up a Cosmopolitan. It's porn. It's total porn. But pick it up and read the stupid thing while you're waiting in a long checkout line. Even you men, read it. And read the articles in there. There's nothing of substance in any of those women's magazines at all. I'm sorry, it's not real hard to design a magazine with women going like this. 50 ways to have a perfect orgasm. Cosmopolitan years ago had 10 different ways you can have sex. One of them was on a loading dock at the workhouse. Oh, that's a good idea. Make sure the boss and the supervisor and the employees don't walk in and see that. But yeah, great idea to spice up your marriage. How'd you get fired? I decided to screw my boyfriend on the loading dock. Way to go, sports fans. Let's continue the theme of men objectifying women. And let's see if you women can figure out where I'm going with these things. Women dominate the porn industry. They dominate it. They're doing it with other women. They're doing it with men. They're showing themselves like this. And we're the ones objectifying them, right? I held a gun to all those women out there in pornland, said, "You do this or I will kill you." No, I didn't. Why are the women doing this? Because they objectify themselves. Why are teenage girls completely stuck up? Because their parents coddle them. Dad looks at the girl, she's my little princess. The mom spoils her, and the mom teaches her, either directly or indirectly, that men are idiots. You can get whatever you want. Let me quote a viewer of mine that sent me a chat message on Facebook. Another person, name withheld, so as not to embarrass any of those that are on my forum. She wrote, and I'm going to paraphrase, so forgive me. "Judging by the pictures you post on here, all you care about is good-looking women." Now, that's not true. I care about people. I care about a lot of things. I post beauty because I'm a guy. I post pictures of women from different countries. Today it was Germany. The other day it was Switzerland. The other day it was Iceland. Norway. I was going to kind of take a trip around the world. We'll get into Africa, we'll get into other places and just post pretty women from those places. Pacific has already said that these beautiful women that I've posted, whether they're in a bikini or a nice top or whatever, I know my chances of getting a date with any of them are about as good as a snowball's chance of making it from one side of hell to the other without melting. Not going to happen. Talk about a molecularized snowball. That was quick. I don't care if it's a Hollywood star. I don't care if it's Sasha Grey, who's in the movies. I just found out today she was a porn star through one of my friends. Oh, I didn't know that. I want to say something. Pacific's not ignorant of the fact that women that look like a 10, relationally, they're no good. So let's continue with the theme that men objectify women. Women are actresses. They're in roles, in bed, nipples poking through tight-fitting blouses, halter tops, whatever. We're objectifying them, right? But she's playing the part of classic whore, Hollywood style. She's holding the gun with her sleeveless shirt, looking so sexy with that pistol in her hand. we objectify them, right? Whether it's teenage girls or Cosmopolitan magazine or most of the girls and women I know, I see a theme emerge over and over and over and over and over. I remember a long time ago that women used to joke, oh yeah, that man, all he cares about is pickup truck. Well, women are really into their SUVs and their Mercedes, Lexus, and Audis now, to the point of obsession. I watched something yesterday that was very interesting. 99% of them females. Colfax and Wadsworth, Lakewood, Colorado. The whole right, there's 3 lanes going east on Colfax. 2 of those lanes were bumper to bumper, stopped. Why? On Saturday? Because they're all waiting to go into the Octopus to get their cars washed. They won't go to put the $2 worth of quarters in the slot, grab the hose, blast, do the soap, the rinse, and brush yourself. They won't do that. They want the valet service where the guy drives it through and they vacuum and dry off your car. My truck is 20 years old. I'm not going to do that. Plus, you pay for that. And then you get the little Christmas tree thing that you hang on your window that makes your car smell like new car smell. No thanks. I kind of like the smell of my old pickup truck and the leaking gas, wherever that's coming from. I think one of my fuel pumps is starting to... I'm not losing any gas, but I smell a gas smell, and I think it's because I started using the rear tank that I haven't used, and maybe some of the seals. Just a slight eepy ooze somewhere. You know, I liked the old pickups with the all-metal interior, and you got in them, and you smelled that just truck smell. I don't need a car that smells like vanilla or Cimarron spice. No offense. Why do the people spend all this time getting their cars clean and all this money? Well, because women are just as vain as a lot of men are today, and they spend more time driving around in their cars with all their coffee cups, McDonald's bags, and paraphernalia all over the floor. And I'm sorry, a lot of women aren't clean. But let's go back to men objectifying women. Instead of wasting my time at a valet car wash, I go and do it, and I'm done in 20 minutes. Blast it off, drive out, and let the air dry my truck off. So I got a water spot. Big deal. If my truck were a show truck, I'd get a chamois, and I'd squeeze that sucker dry. And I used to do that when the truck was in better shape. Let me say something. Whether it's a teenage girl that feels that it's more important to sleep instead of going to church, and then that same day sleep through fireproof, and then wake up and have a deja vu, oh, I found the perfect song for this. And I don't mean to be rude, but I'm sitting close to the aisle, and the women coming by with their arms like this and jumping around with flags. I'm just like, we just had a sermon on lust. What are they doing? Jumping around and boobs are bouncing in white t-shirts. That is not a critique on our pastor. I think our pastor's awesome. I see the girls that get on my school bus. Most of them dress inappropriately. Most of them are showing a whole lot of skin. Teenagers. Black, white, or Hispanic. And even more and more Asians. But we men objectify them. You listen to girls' conversations. Go to a mall if you want a real treat, men. Go into a food court and sit next to a bunch of crowded tables and just listen to what women are talking about. Dust in the wind. I know. Men are all caught up in sports and their pickup and their power stroke, and I know that. But women in this country have done themselves a huge disservice. If I'm going to think that a woman is multidimensional, I'd like to see them start acting like it. But they don't. You know that song? You know it's all about that bass, no trouble. You know what that song's about? Big butts. I got a big butt, and I'm proud of it. Well, good for you. Because we're going to deal with something about this whole lust thing. We men should not be beat up, and I was beat up today by a comment. All you care about is good-looking women. No, that's not true. I care about people until I see that people don't care about me. Then I just want to get away from those specific individuals. But I'm going to say something, ladies, that's going to be very indicting and scathing. If you are not taking care of your body and you're a Christian and you're not taking care of your temple, don't expect us men to fawn, swoon, and faint in your presence. I understand that they've set up a standard in our country through the media of this perfect ideology of what a woman should look like, and some of those are unrealistic. I understand that not all women can be perfectly petite or Barbie, but don't fault men for having their preferences. And I'll tell you why, women. I'm slender and I'm petite, and I'm going to tell you something. For my body size, 5'8", I was measured the other day. I shrunk an inch. I was 5'9", I'm 5'8". My arms are just as big as a lot of those good-looking women that I post. Not all of them. My body is about the same size as a lot of those women, maybe even a little bit taller. Guys will look at those women and go, girls, whether they're fat or whether they're hot looking, will not think that I'm that attractive. They've told me that to my face in America. I look in the mirror. I don't have all these defects. I don't have this acne rash on me. I've got good looking skin. I've got muscles well defined. And a lot of women don't think I'm handsome. And those same women will complain when we men don't find some of them attractive. Specifically the overweight crowd. I want to tell you something. When I talk about my videos, please understand that I am jumping back and forth from the spiritual realm to the physical realm, to the carnal, to the fleshly, to the spiritual and the spiritual led. We talk about the whole package deal and try to bring it all together. That I live in a physical world, and even though I'm a Christian, I'm not super Christian. Yeah, I get mad. At the end of the day, I've had it with traffic, and by the time I get in my truck, it's like gloves are off. And yeah, sometimes that middle finger goes flying when somebody is doing something stupid in front of me. And that's wrong. It's wrong as a Christian to react that way. But what are men up against where women are saying that we just objectify them? What are men up against? Let's talk about the intelligence or the lack of intelligence in females. They feed the fire. They don't just feed it, but they stand there with one of those bellows and go, and they fan it into flame. The way they dress at work, the way they dress at church, the way they dress in public schools. We have public school teachers dressing like absolute whores. I mean, low cut, just above the nipple shirts. It's gotten so bad that even our boss at transportation made a comment that we're dressing better as bus drivers than some of the teachers are in our own district. Ouch. And we got girls that show cleavage. But I've seen teachers show cleavage to the point of being soft porn. Women want to condemn men, and feminism has really added to this problem. You got picky Annie, slender, good-looking girls now snubbing raft loads and cargo ship loads of decent, slender, handsome men. Why? Well, in my case, I wear thick glasses, or I've made mistakes, or I've been married and divorced, or I don't make enough money, or all I do is drive a school bus. Now, what the hell are women doing to us men? Objectifying us. They're objectifying us based on our possessions, based on our degrees, based on our bank accounts or our paychecks. So the next time women say that we look at them as a product to be used, you've been doing it for a long time, ladies. And the women that will be more willing to take me and want me are women that I'm not interested in. Why is that? Well, a lot of women that can't get a date listen to my videos and they like my videos, and what do they have to offer a relationship? That they watch 21 hours of TV a day? That they don't clean their home? They don't take care of their body. They eat junk food and they get fat. And they got foul breath and body odor and don't shave their underarms. And I'm sitting there going, wow, I'm supposed to be, because she's got a good heart, I'm supposed to be physically override all the yucky stuff. For me, the two have to come together, this and the outer package. I know a lot of women that are hot looking, and this here is ugly as blackened sin. I don't think it's fair that men should get beat up and falsely accused that we objectify women. Women are not innocent of these charges. They have played a huge role in it. How come women aren't standing up to other women and saying, quit contributing to the porn industry? Why aren't women rebuking their own? No, because feminism says it's your right to do whatever you want. It's my body. I can dress however I want. I can make money being a whore. We're never going to fix this problem. Pastor said, if your eye causes you to sin, gouge it out. He said it's hyperbole. If you think that you can tear your eyes out of your socket, that will solve your lust problem, guess again. All a woman has to do is rub that breast of hers right up against your arm and you're still going to have lust. Pastor talked about being on a plane. They were supposed to have a 2-hour flight to somewhere, he and some other men from the church. And he had an empty seat next to him, and the plane was being held up because they were waiting for one more passenger. People were getting impatient, but when the woman finally shows up, every man on the plane starts looking over the seat. And he said, because I'm a pastor, I'm going to say that she was lovely in form, from head to toe. And he says, and then she sits next to me. And then I have to make a decision. Am I going to fixate on her for the next 2 hours, or am I going to fixate on something else? For us men, it is an adrenaline rush when I see a woman's cleavage showing. I'm going to explain to the women. I am not obnoxious. I don't go up and grope and grab. I don't do that. The only time that I've ever groped was when I was in videoke and those Filipinas would come up and push their breasts in my face and they'd turn around, slide up behind me backwards, and I had my hands like this and they'd pull my hands right up on their breasts. And I said, oh, okay, this is fun. And I'd go right up under their shirt on the dance floor. And they loved it. But they were all, that whole thing was conducive to it. But I will not go up to an American woman and do stuff like that. Not unless they were with me privately and getting all sensual on me. Well, then gloves are off. I mean, if you're already going to sin, you might as well go for it, right? But here's the thing. When I see a woman dressed provocatively, that just blindsides you. I mean, there are times I've been working, I've been feeling good in the Lord and just having a good day, and somebody will walk into the room and like, whoa, holy cleavage, Batman. I've even walked up to girls seated at the table, and they'll, hi, Mike. And I'll come and I'll stand behind them because it's the only place to stand, and I've learned, you look straight down, you got a good view, right down here. And all they got to do is lean forward a little bit and that shirt pulls open and you can see their nipples. Women, there are two kinds of women. Those that don't know what they're doing and they're stupid and naive. And then those that do know what they're doing, but they don't intend to go out with you. To the women that want to tease men, you're a jerk. You are a self-centered, attention whore jerk. Why would you do that? If you're not going to put out and you're not going to have sex with the men in your entire workplace, then stop dressing so that we're all noticing. I can't believe you just said that. Well, believe it, baby, and take it straight to the bank. It's biblical truth. Not to put out. But if you're going to dress like that, don't expect me to have godly, pure thoughts. I'm a man, and just because I'm a Christian man doesn't mean I'm immune. doesn't mean that, oh yes, I'm going to put on the full armor of God so that I can stand against the schemes of the devil, when a woman that's dressed in her, should be dressed for her bedroom for her husband, is walking in my workplace. I told you I was down at the 16th Street Mall, walking, minding my own business, and a girl walks right towards me with nothing but a bra on and skimpy little shorts. Not a bikini, a household white bra with the strap in the back. And I'm just like, sheesh. Welcome to Colorado. And women do tease, and they like teasing, and they think it's fun because it empowers them. And it's easy for me to say, don't look at them. That's easier said than done. When we see those parts, women, it is like an adrenal gland function turbo boost. Oh, look at those boobs. Women don't want to be objectified, and yet they objectify themselves constantly, using terms like, I can dress any way I want. You're not allowed to touch me. Women are seductresses, temptresses, teasers. Many of them are whores. And yet many out of all that group I just mentioned will still reject me. Women will come up to other single men like me and whine about their boyfriend and how mean and abusive he is, and I find myself attracted to that woman, and because I'm a man, I start going, dang, why don't you date me? I'll treat you right. No, they don't want to do that. They just want to attention whore you and get you to spill out a, wow, you're beautiful. I can't believe it. I know. Thank you. Wow, do you really think I'm pretty? Do you really think? You know you're pretty. Shut up. When I look at the irrational behavior of women today, somebody posted on my Facebook page a before and after picture of a girl, and then a picture of a sailor with a big dent and scar on her head because she wanted to Facebook somebody while driving. We're not supposed to objectify a woman. We're supposed to see a woman as a multidimensional creature, and all I see is the same old one-dimensional, self-centered, complete, fleshly waste of time in almost every female I encounter out there. It's all about them. It's all about their boobs. It's all about their cleavage. It's all about their texting. They don't care about your safety on the road. They don't care about how Pacific is doing in the workplace. We got a woman that works with us who's a Seventh-day Adventist who's well endowed up here. She's very good looking. And she makes it a point to talk to only the guys. And I try to ignore her. Hi, Mike. How are you? And I've learned. I'm fine. I don't even look. I keep walking. Well, that arouses women even more. And then they find a way to get in your face more. As soon as guys start complimenting her looks, she goes, thanks, but I'm married. Well, then quit talking to all us men that are single. I think you should have enough wherewithal by now to know that you kind of are a stumbling block to us. When it comes to women's magazines, men aren't the ones objectifying them. Cosmopolitan is owned and started by a woman. How come every woman's magazine you see is Leave It to Cleavage? Now let me ask a question. Because there's women that have asked me, so you're against a woman who has hair under her arms? I'm not against a woman. She wants to do that, that's her business. But let me say something, viewers. If you want to carry yourself with hygiene that isn't mainstream, don't expect all of us to go, wow, that's a turn on. It isn't to me. If you want to be comfortable with who you are and be obese and eat Whoppers all day, and you want to whine and fuss that we men don't accept you and nobody accepts you, that's your right to do that. But don't crucify me and put me down because I'm not attracted to that. It's not fair. It's not rational. I know many fat women at work that will come up to me and say, "You're scrawny." You know what? I look at myself and I look at some of the women I've posted online and I look at their dimensions. Nobody would say they're scrawny. They'd say they're hot. I'm the same build as they are. I don't have bones poking through my skin. But I've seen some women in Hollywood where their chest bones are showing because they're so anorexic. That is not attractive. Excuse me, that is not attractive in the least. And when I look at obese women and I see a roll of fat hanging over their bottom part, how can I get into that? Men are put down because they don't want a woman who smokes. Another thing that's unattractive to me, and men will disagree with me on my channel about this, and that's okay. You're wrong, and I realize that, and you'll come around and see the light eventually. Ha ha ha. Me seeing a woman holding a can of beer or a Coors bottle, that's a real turnoff to me. Watching women get mad at me because of my views on women. Really? You're getting angry at me? Have you not looked at the avalanche of anti-male sentiment out there? Wow. I'm going to be honest with you, viewers. I agree. The Bible says you are fearfully and wonderfully made, men and women. But I'm going to say something to my viewers that I believe that most women don't act multidimensional. Being a materialist, being stuck up, being stuck in the brainwash of the American, grid system of today's women, that's not multidimensional. You've been mainlined and streamlined right into the devil's lair. When you accent your sexual parts, and then you turn around and call us men pigs, that's not behaving in multidimensional fashion. When women don't take accountability for their actions, when women get upset because I will not be interested in them because I'm not attracted to them, how come it's okay for women to get mad at us men when we're not attracted to them, but it's okay for women to say, well, you're not my type? Why? Because women are the masters of the double standard, more than the males. Things have become sexist the other way. And I'm just admitting to my viewers, it's very hard not to look at a woman as a sex object. Now, there are viewers and fans that I have that I interact with. Some of the females that are my fans are attractive. Some of them, to me, are not. But I'm friendly. And I don't reject somebody because they're not a poster symbol of hot woman. My channel is about men and women and people enjoying a channel. And this is a channel, not a date site. And many of my viewers may not agree with everything I say, but they're here because they get something out of it. Pacific is not going to be made to feel bad because I may not be attracted to somebody. Women, if you're finding that men aren't beating your door down to be with you, you might want to ask why. You ought to do some inner soul searching and say, so do you condemn all men and say they're all pornographic pigs? I'll be honest. I knew a viewer who's no longer here. I used to talk to her on the phone. I have no contact with her. I don't have her number. I don't know if she's doing good or bad. She's gained weight. She's gone through some things that left sores all over her body and scars. I'm not attracted to her, but I was a friend to her. And I think she left because clearly it seemed to me that she had an interest in me. She struggles with lesbian porn. She's not gay. She doesn't want a relationship with a woman, but she's turned on by lesbian porn. We talked about it. I told her I was too. What do you do with women that are never going to get a guy? What do you do with guys that are never going to get a girl? Do we stop and think about that? Slender guy that works, it's a little odd, a little different. He's never going to get a date. Pacific gets dates. I love it when trolls get on my channel and say, because you can't get a date. That's not my problem. My problem is finding a good woman worth her salt in this country. That's not easy to do. And conversely, I know for a lot of women, it's hard to find a good man. I know one of my viewers is a kind-hearted man. He works full-time, raises his son, and his wife has punched him in the face. His wife is overweight. She's obese. And she is nasty to him a lot of the time. In my opinion, he'd have every reason to leave that marriage, and he says, I love her. She refuses to change. Refuses. People think all violence is done by guys. It isn't. It's also done by girls. Can I be honest with you? I learned at a very early age to objectify women. I've already told about my mother, so rather than rehash that, my mother was a good housekeeper. She was good at working. But on love and affection, no. Watching her interaction with her husband, my father, was not positive for me. And I'm going to be very honest. I have felt for most of my 49 years, I have felt it. And it's not something that I'm imagining. It's real. It's validated and proved out and plays out over and over, even today. American women are not valuing us men at all anymore. Go out in traffic in any American city and see how Americans are valuing each other on the roads. The mentality is out there, I don't know him, screw you, get out of my way, honk, beep, flip off, cut off. There's an awful lot of noise coming from the women's camp about all the abuse and all the crap men do. And there's not enough noise coming from the men's camp saying, actually, you guys have precipitated a lot of this. When an idiot, spoiled brat, dowdy woman with dowdy hairstyle and a dowdy colored Lexus with dealer plates runs my stop sign, and my driver's window's open and I honked, she stops halfway down the length of my bus, rolls down the window and starts yelling at me. How am I supposed to see her as multidimensional and a person of worth? How can I value a woman like that? I can't. I won't. God does soften my heart, viewers. There are some women I have said some mean-cutting things to, not to her, but behind her back, oh, that woman's a freaking trailer trash piece of ghetto, whorish, useless piece of skin. Oh, you don't want to know the things I've said. I can be spite-tongued like the best of them. And that's come because of what they've done to me. One woman that I referred to as ghetto trash and go, what guy would date her? She's pudgy, she's short, she's just ghetto. Until one day she's going across the 8th Avenue Bridge and sees a SUV go way too fast, hit a patch of ice, bounce off city bus, bounce off her bus, and she sees in her mirror as it flips 3 times and doesn't stop. and I hear her voice trembling and about to break as she's calling dispatch. Can I be honest? We have not been taught, women have not been taught in this culture to love others. Women have been taught to love themselves. Men love themselves. Women have been taught that materialism's worth our affection, not people. Dogs and pets are worth our attention, not people. And when I hear a woman that I've had my reasons for calling her ghetto, she's mocked me. She's been arrogant around me, and I'm like, who the heck do you think you are, you piece of trash? I covered her middle of the day route because she was so shook up by that she went home. She didn't come the next day either. And when I saw her 3 days after the accident, I said, how you doing? Glad you're back. And I put my hand on her shoulder. She came up to me the other day. She says hi to me. She goes, can I pay you to clean my bus because my bus is a mess and I'm not good at keeping up on it? And I said, sure, we can find time and I'll do that. God can and does soften me. But it helps even with women that I may not find desirable if their personality would at least be kind. I may not ask you out for a date, and I might not get that hubba-hubba feeling for you. Don't crucify me for that. But if you're going to porcupine me and stick out all your spines, what are we supposed to do? It's bad enough you don't take care of your body, and you just want to let yourself go. And I'm going to blast American women. Hispanic, black, and white are all three guilty as hell on this one. You look good until you get a man, and then you just let it all go. Then you catch your husband looking at porn or flirting with the woman at work, and then you're all about it with your lady friends. Oh my gosh, he's such a pig. He's so... Give him a reason to get into bed with you, please. You think that just because you're married, you can turn off the beauty spigot? Men are sight-oriented. We know that men need to love their wives unconditionally. But do women love their husbands unconditionally? No, not always. You want proof of that? Watch how many women would leave their husbands if their husband lost every dang thing they own. Bank account, job, everything. Those women would be out of there. A lot of them. Maharani told me that even if you were reduced to a vegetable, if I had the money, I would come and get you and take care of you. I said, you're joking, right? She said, no. I said, why? Because I got to know your heart, and you're the first guy that actually has complimented me and made me feel like I'm valued. Isn't that what we're all looking for? Can I say something to my viewers? It's really transparent and honest. I don't know if I could be married again. Sometimes I can be a pain in the arse. There are those times I get moody. And when I do, watch out. No, I'm not going to bite your head off. But I got a backbone in me. So I don't walk around like ghetto black queen at work and talk loud so everybody hears me. I've learned I can shut my circuit breakers down inside and have a look in my face that says, don't F with me. And even Ghetto Queen knows, oh. I'm the alpha male, you're not an alpha female, and all in all, you can talk and be rude if you want to. You are not a friend of mine. Because if you're not polite, yeah, safety dance, anyone? I'll tell you a story. Shubot Transportation, Hibbing, Minnesota. A girl got into it with me. she would go and sign all the trips all week, put her name on all of them. And I'm like, great, I didn't get any trip. Most of the time, she'd end up giving them to me. Friday, she'd call me on the radio. Oh, can you do my trip to Grand Rapids? I want to go home and drink. Sure. So one day they put the trips up right after I got back from morning routes. And I said to the boss, I said, am I allowed to sign this? Yep, first come, first serve. And I went and signed every single one of them because I knew I would do them all. She comes in, she goes, look, we need to talk to you. You can't sign all those. I said, you do. Yeah, but I've got more seniority. I said, she put them up today, and I was here before you. And she started getting pissy with me, and I walked out of the room. She tried to start something with me a couple days later. I ignored her. One day I came back after everybody else because I wanted the longer routes. Parked my bus, started walking up the side door to go into the garage because we didn't have a break room there. They were all standing outside, most of them smoking. Everybody said hi. I said hi. And the woman that got into it with me said, hi, how are you? And I ignored her. And she retorts, oh, see, we got a little attitude today. And I grabbed the door handle, started to pull the door open. I turned around and I said, look, I can be as moody as any woman out here. And I turned and started to walk. That door barely got shut. That woman jumped on my back, literally threw her arms around me. She goes, oh my gosh, I love you. That was funny. I said, you know what? Don't bark at me when I sign for trips. Okay? She goes, no, I got your message. And we didn't have any more problem. She goes, that was funny. I can be as moody as any woman. Guys should not have to walk around on eggshells with a woman. That's a bunch of crap. Let me tell you what I grew up with. Let me tell you about the immaturity that I saw displayed by the mother who adopted me. When she didn't get her way or she was pissy about something, she would clam up, shut down, slam doors. Her own husband would come into the room. Oh, Fred, what do you want? She had a way and a presence and a feel about her that made me walk on eggshells. I told you the story of living in the shed attached to the garage. Coming in the house every day, my ritual, early a.m. before cross-country or track practice, going in, quietly fixing my breakfast. I'm not talking. I don't turn on the radio or the TV. I turn on one little light over the stove, and I'm quiet. Go in the bathroom and clean myself up, and move a frying pan underneath all the bottom pots and hear this think. Michael, what are you doing? I'm making my breakfast. Well, hurry up. Not good morning, son. How are you? And you're going to tell me now that I'm a Christian. I love Christian women. They're even more monstrous than non-Christians. Well, you're a Christian. You have Jesus in your life. You shouldn't be like that. You need to have the attitude of Christ. Yeah, and the way you're talking to me really exhibits that, doesn't it, sweetie? Not. People get mad at me when I say these things. You know why? Because they're true. Why do you think Gypsy got her underwear or panties in a bunch or panties in a wad constantly with my channel? Don't be talking about me. Don't watch my videos. You won't know I'm saying anything. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Gypsy. And then call you by name. If you think I'm a nut job and a wing nut, why do you keep tuning in? Well, good. Faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. Keep listening. You might learn something, sweet lips. You know, I am a nice guy. I believe I'm a very nice guy. But I can also be mean as nails. I can also have a lot of anger that is built up in me. If I were to tell my viewers what I used to do a long time ago because of anger when I was in a very crummy marriage, I'm not going to repeat on here because there's too many crazy people out there that would just really come unglued. Nothing to humans. But there was an amount of cruelty that had built up in me over the years towards some animals. And I'll tell you what, years ago, all I'm going to say is I found many different ways to put to death squirrels when I used to trap them long ago. I trap them now. I'm humane. I don't mess around. I don't do that torture suffering thing. But I'm not going to tell you what I did. It was bad. Bottom line is I had a lot of seething anger in me, and I grew up with a mother who cared more about a bunch of barking dogs that disturbed all the neighbors and cats that pooped and peed all over the house and scratched sofas than she did about us kids. Get on the phone and say how bad me and my sister were, and yelling and screaming one end, the phone rings. Hello? Oh, hi. But we men are accused of objectifying women. I saw a mother who was irrational, immature, and horrible to her husband. Horrible. Made fun of his breathing because he had his back teeth missing. I know my sister and I did it too, behind his back, but my mother do it right to his face. I love it when women get on here that think they're sociologists and psychologists. And you have a lot of anger issues. Thank you for stating the obvious, Einstein. My channel's my therapy. And because I talk intense doesn't mean I'm still seething in rage. I say things with an emphasis to drive the point home. Women want to impress me with how smart they are, and they get on and leave their dumb comments like that. I'm going, boy, they're not that intelligent, are they? They think as I'm speaking with intensity, look at all the anger that's in you. No, I have what's called intensity. Pacific doesn't do well with fake. He doesn't do well with superficial. I don't like going into businesses with professionals. Hi, how you doing? Isn't it beautiful out there? Shut up. I don't want a salesman. I just want to look at some. When I want something, I will go get a salesman. Okay? You're not my friend anymore. You don't want to buy a car? Hey, you know what? For me, having salespeople descend on me like flies on hot, steamy poo-poo doesn't appeal to me. When I'm interested in that truck and I see a price that can be negotiated, I'll go in and talk to you. Till then, let me look it over. Women judge us men just as harsh as they claim we judge them. They're always judging our looks, men. Always, always, always. And every one of us males stands condemned on one thing alone. Now, well, there's a lot of other things. But when it comes to the lust of the eyes, we are all done. And I'm going to say something very pointed in this video that's going to shock a lot of women. If you really want to know the truth about what Pacific thinks about most women, is that to me they are only, if they're good looking, they are only sex objects. They're not multidimensional. I've seen this play out all my life and go, they suck at housekeeping. They cause trouble in the workplace. They're drama queens. They can't admit they're wrong. Why not view them as body parts to be played with and get away from them when you're done? I was shocked in my 20s when I had a friend from Chisholm, Minnesota who said that. Women are for effing, that's it. They're not worth anything else. I was like, whoa, that's a bit much. Can I say that with most of American women, I believe that now? How did I get there? Women trained me that way. My mother, my oldest sister. No, they didn't teach me the sexual thing. No, not at all. But watching my mother push my dad away, watching my oldest sister throw me under the bus over and over and lie and deceive and come up and, I saw what mom did to you. She wasn't very nice. And like a dummy, I took the bait and bit down hard. And the barbed hook was set in my mouth. I know, she did this, jackhammer. And 2 days later, my mother's really angry at me because My oldest sister walked in and went, "Quack, quack, 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 quack. Did you know what Pacific said?" Nah. Good. You've established yourself as the only family heir. Congratulations. Can I tell my viewers something? I will get nothing when my parents die. I don't care. When I lived in Duluth, I wrote my grandmother and my other grandmother, and I wrote my aunts, and I wrote my folks, and I wrote letters. This is before there was internet. This is before there were cell phones. I was a simple guy. I was laughed at back then. I didn't go to UMD. I didn't drink beer. I didn't get the hot dates. I was viewed at by many people as a nobody. I was laughed at by people I worked at the bus company, Voyager Bus Company in Duluth, Minnesota. There was a guy by the name of George. He was from Vermont. He was not a handsome guy. He was Irish, redhead. You'd think we'd have a kinship because we're both Irish. He made fun of me, put me down at every turn. I hated the guy. I got off the city bus on Calvary Road and had to walk 1 mile down the Arnold Road. Wilderness, some houses, but in January, December, wind blowing, snow drifting, 25 below with a 35, 45 below wind chill. And I walked every single day for a year. George and his beat-up Subaru would pass me right on by. One day a woman named Cheryl stopped, and she would see me and give me a ride. I didn't wait. I just started hiking. She had the heater on. The car was warm. She never came on to me. She was a nice lady. One day she said, "I noticed that George just goes around that corner. Does he ever pick you up?" I said, "Nope." "Are you serious?" I said, "Nope." And yes, I am. Very arrogant. He'd fold his legs, have the newspaper up, tried to act sophisticated. Let me tell you about his background. He had the toga parties and the beer parties at his house. Called himself Sweet Irish George, and he had his green house up on the upper hillside of Duluth, not too far from UMD. College student. He was from Vermont. Me and one of my friends sarcastically called him Mr. Vermont. Can I tell you what I really thought of him? You know what that thing is between a man's legs? The DICK word? Yeah, he was. And you know what really angered me? Is that not good looking guy, that jerk of a guy with that arrogance, he got the hottest girls all the time. I couldn't figure it out. It took me years later to wake up and realize, you know why he got the chicks? Because they're stupid girls. They like getting drunk. And then off come their bras and shirts all over this loser. I saw his Facebook page. He's down in the Twin Cities making good money, and he's got hundreds of good-looking girls and handsome guys. Yep. Pacific, are you jealous? No. But can I say something? What do you think that does to my psyche? When I see an absolute turd of a personality, a Shiite head, if you want to know what I really feel about the guy, an a-hole. He's got the job, he's got the girls, he's got it all. Except one thing. His ship hit an iceberg a long time ago, and it's sinking by the head, and he doesn't have a lifeboat on it. He's a lost soul, damned for hell. What does it profit a man if he gain the whole world yet forfeit his own soul? But instead of trying to sound overly pious, let me make it very crystal clear that I still struggle with my own humanity, and it takes me time to articulate out that, hey, stop this. Unpack this douchebag for what he is. Stop comparing yourself to him. I made mistakes. I was the dopey guy that started the bus company. I had a friend named Marianne. She was a biatch. Older woman, too old to be hanging around George and all the other drinkers that would go to a place across the street called the Other Place Lounge. I was never rude to her. But I learned something at that bus company. I picked up my butt every day. I took the city bus. I went to work, and I was laughed at, made fun of by a certain group of people up there. When I first started, I had a lot of bus accidents. Minor stuff, nothing major, nothing to get tickets on. You know, turn the corner and I scraped the snow stake, the snow emergency route sign with the right hood mirror and busted the little lens out of it. I did that with the mechanic teaching me the route. And he said, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll just replace it." But the boss was mad. I put the bus in the ditch. I did a backup with a bunch of kids on, just like you're supposed to. Nobody told me that the sides of the driveway drop off, that were all filled with snow. I didn't know there was culverts up there. And I backed up and, oh, that wasn't good. No, I didn't put it on its side, but I was stuck. And people laughed. People talking. It all got back to me. They're going, "Man, I don't know how this doofus is going to make it. He's had so many bumps and things." I was going down 3rd Street, and there was a bus, a stride bus, kind of those little small buses that run around picking up senior citizens. And I saw in my mirror that he was over the white line that separates my lane from his, and his mirror was to hit mine. And without thinking, I moved just slightly to the right, and my right hood mirror hit a Ford pickup's driver's side mirror, and it just pulled on the door just enough to dimple the skin. I'm like, crap. Nobody saw it. I left a note on his truck. I called the bus company. My supervisor said, "You know what? I admire your honesty. Thank you." The guy called and he said, "I'm really glad your driver did that. I didn't even know it happened." Yeah, I am a nice guy. And I was crapped on. For what? Doing my job because I didn't drink, I didn't smoke, and I wasn't, the song, "I wish that I could be like the cool kids." I wasn't cool. I dated a girl who was a Christian. Yeah, she smoked and had some bad habits, but I really got hooked on her. She was small. She stopped and picked me up when I was walking up on an afternoon, and she told me she was a Christian. We started talking. Well, we ended up going out. And then people in the local area started making fun of her, saying, "How old is he?" And she told me to my face, "I'm sorry, but you're so young looking, and I'm not going to date you." Okay. She ended up marrying a guy that gave her absolutely no attention or anything, and I had warned her about that. She had told me about this guy. She was dating him before she went out with me. He owned the pawn shop. I didn't pawn things there, but I'd do trades. I'd go in and say, "I'm going to give you this radio, and I'll get that one and pay the difference." I went up to her bus one day and said, "You shouldn't marry an unbeliever." She exploded on me. I didn't yell. I said, "You've told me you've had problems with this guy, and it's only going to get worse when you marry him. Get out! Get out!" She wouldn't talk to me for a year until there was a wedding at a Catholic church with 2 drivers that fell in love. And she said, "I don't want to go back out to," she lived 25 miles out of town. She goes, "There's a wedding, and then they're going to have the reception later." She said, "Can I come over and hang out at your apartment?" I said, "Sure." And she starts talking to me. "Everything you said was true about me marrying an unbeliever. This marriage has been hell. It sucks. I caught him looking at porn." And I said, "Laura, he was looking at porn when I was in his pawn shop. I saw 2 Oriental girls undressing each other, and I'd never seen that before." I was like, "Whoa!" And he looked at me and went, I was like, "What is that?" I said, "I tried to tell you that when we were dating, and you didn't want to believe it." Then she started coming on to me. I said, "Well, it's too late now. You married him." I have watched and I have personally experienced and witnessed women throwing me under the bus because of vanity. I was too young looking, or I didn't make enough money, or this or that. And then they get into crappy marriages. I ended up seeing her years later. Thank God for that moment. 2004, I went to visit my friends. I was in my bad marriage. And I told my now ex, I'm going away for a week to see my friends in Minnesota. I'm done. And I called her. Hey, how'd you like to get together with my friends and I and just have dinner? I'd just like to talk. We used to work together. We dated. It was good to see her again. You know what hit me? Man, I was caught up in her. Still addicted to her cigarettes. Looking worse for wear because of the cigarettes, and I'm like, oh God, I'm so glad I didn't marry her. How come it's okay for women to play victim, and it's not okay for us men to do that? And I'm not playing victim, but how come I can't sit down and say, you know, there's a lot of things that enter into why I'm the way I am, and why I think the way I think, and why I put forth the views that I put forth. As far as the 20% what the heck, this is the 20% what the heck. What the heck? Some of us men have been scarred by women. Some of us have been crapped on by women. Some of us have been used by women. Laura was the one, when I came over for her birthday, her and her girlfriend fixed me a nice dinner, and then the girlfriend left, and then Laura wanted to make love with me. Well, I didn't say no. We didn't make love. We fooled around. We didn't go all the way. So I had bonds that were formed. I really liked Laura, and then she dumps me because I'm too young looking. And yet I remember she really enjoyed being with me. She said, you're the first guy I can actually have talks about God with and get deep into this stuff. And apparently I wasn't deep enough. I'm going to be very honest. My impression of most women in this country is that they're very, very superficial. I'm going to be very honest with what I say, that I think most women are stupid, innately stupid, brain dead. Even the hot-looking ones. But I need my female viewers to know something. I've seen a couple of women that aren't exactly slender petites. And can I say something? They were hot. I've seen some women that are a little bit pudgy, and I'm like, dang, she's cute. Yeah, I admitted that. Different strokes for different folks. There's some women that can have a little bit of weight, but be solid muscle, and still sexy as all get out. No. Pacific isn't looking for a 10. If I were to put forth pictures of all the women I've lusted after in my life, you would all be shocked. Some of them you go, my gosh, he thought she was hot? Really? Those pictures I'm posting are online, downloadable pictures. Just type in Norwegian women in Google, boom, and I just go through hundreds of pictures and go, that one's cute, this one's the best. Beauty is totally subjective. It is. I've told you some of the hottest looking women to me are the ones that have virtually no breasts at all. I'll be honest. A couple summers ago, I was walking around a lake not too far from here, and there was a woman named Vicky who I saw her. She had long black hair, and she was very slender and younger than me, and we started talking and walking around, and yeah, one night we walked down to the shore of the lake when most of the pedestrian traffic had left, and we started making out pretty heavily, and sometime later, after several different walks over the course of time, we went out in the meadow one night and did it. That was fun. You want to know how big her breasts were? They were about that high from her chest. You know, that girl was so turned on to me. Explain that. No, I don't think like all the other guys. Oh, I've seen some big-breasted women. I'm like, oh, Dang. There's all kinds of beauty that gets my attention. All kinds. The problem, the kind of stuff I'm talking about is disgustingly obese. Don't expect me. There's a girl at work who's black. She's a bus aide. She poops her pants. She stinks. She's obese. She wanted my phone number the other day, and I'm just like, no, I didn't say it. I say, yeah, I'll write it down. And no freaking way. Am I wrong for that? Depends on which woman you ask. Well, you're not being very Christ-like. Well, I could argue, did any of the disciples marry a woman that pooped her pants and stunk and was fat, and every time she gets mad, she yells so loud the whole break room has to hear her ghetto? I don't think so. There's only certain types of beauty that piques my curiosity. And there's some types of looks that don't get aroused or affect me at all in that way. I'll be damned if I'm going to have some woman rip me a new one because I have preferences. So do you. Every one of you do. You accuse us men of being picky, but let's get real here. So are you. I've had fat women tell me, you're not my type. And I'm laughing inside going, you're not mine either, toots. We got women that work with us that are 20 years younger than me. Let me show you something. Yeah, I'm stripping. They lift up their arm and all this sags down and there's all this wrinkles. 49 years old, look at that. I'm sorry, I want a woman that looks like this. Lean arms, solid arms. Not want to hang down at bat wings and marshmallow. We got a woman in there who's never been married, very conceited. She's been nice to me this year. She's one of those Christians I've talked about in my videos as being a real jerk. Most people refer to her with the B word. The other day she comes in with cleavage-revealing stuff. She's never had children, so nobody's suckled her breasts, and they are sagging. And when she moves, it just, watch it wiggle. I mean, if I were to poke my finger at them, it'd go, I mean, it's marshmallow. That doesn't turn me on. But she'll dress in a way to be provocative, and then she'll lift up her arm with her sleeveless shirt, and all this is just flapping in the breeze. And she's arrogant and stuck up. I'll tell you why I've objectified women. They've given me every reason to do just that. I don't have video space or time to give you endless hours of proofs and experiences I have. Let me go back to Mammoth High School, when girls, ugly or pretty, made fun of me. For what? Because I was not like anybody there. The reason you're all on this channel is for the same reason I was made fun of as a child. This channel is not conventional. You will not find another channel like this. You will not find another person just like me. Thank God. I am a fingerprint. Unique. So are you. But the same way I am now, I was also that different when I was in school. I didn't play flag football. I didn't play basketball after school. I didn't shoot hoop. If you were to ask me what I really got into in Mammoth, while the kids were chasing as a group this or that, I might have dabbled in it. But as a kid, I was into the snow. I was into snow plows. When I went over to my friend Billy's house to ride skidoos, the old ones with the yellow front, You know how we got those started? You had to disconnect the tube, the gas tube, the line from the carburetor, and suck, spit the gas that got in your mouth, and stick it back to the thing, pump the thing, and start these things, and they stunk and exhaust, and I didn't get into that. When they asked me to suck, I said, I'm not putting that thing in my mouth. I was taught as a kid, never swallow gas. And I'm being made fun of by the other boys. Oh, you're a pussy, man. You got to get it started. Forget it, then. Pacific learned very early in life, better to be a loner than hang out with a crowd. The girls. I remember her well, Tracy Glover, lifting up her shirt. Annie Eaton, opening and unzipping her sweat jacket in the gym and going, They weren't doing it because they liked me. They didn't. They were mocking me. The girls were ruthless on me when I was in Mammoth. Ruthless. Made fun of me. I remember when a girl had an interest in me and she was cute. In her younger days, she reminded me of today's Maharani. She had cute long black hair, or brown hair, but dark brown. Her name was Christy, too. They made fun of her middle and last name because when it was combined, it was a complete put down. They made fun of her because she wore polyester. I didn't even know what polyester was. They called her polyester. She was slender. She was cute. And the guys made fun of her. Do you know how she fell for me? 7th grade. I was in home ec. You know, where you got to cook, learn how to sew, and we sewed those silly pillow shark and octopus stuffed animal things. And she said to me, I've run out of the cotton to fill mine. Do you have any extra? And I said, yeah, I'm done with mine. Why don't you take it? Do you know what the biggest thrill of my life was? That a couple weeks later is Valentine's Day. And she runs up and presses something in my hand and leaves very quickly and said, this is for you. Red plastic with the clear plastic lid in the shape of a heart, and it had the little Be Mine heart-shaped candies in it. And when I was sitting in the car, we went down to Bishop that day for something we were supposed to do down there after school got out. She had cut out in the shape of that heart, a heart-shaped note, and wrote on it, I really like you, Mike. Thank you for giving me the stuffing for my animal. You're a really nice guy. My sister, I read it to her, and she goes, ooh, you're in love. And I just blushed like a tomato. I said, yeah, you darn right I am. She's a cutie. I was made fun of at every level for that. People teased me in class. People teased me. We didn't hold hands or nothing. Her mother never met me until later. She went home and told her mother about me. And she said, all the kids make fun of him. And her mother said, there must be something wrong with him if all the other kids are teasing him. You shouldn't be involved with him. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I didn't even have sex yet. Didn't even enter my mind. Oh, I had lust, but the actual thought of me going up to a girl and saying, you want to do it? That wasn't even on my radar. But let's follow the progression of the story. You might ask, well, what happened? At a birthday party, and asked her to come over. And I'm going to tell you, she was very, very pretty. She had small breasts. She was slender. She wore cute lady outfits. There was a picture of her getting into her locker where she turned her head and she just looked so sexy and so cute. And that was in the yearbook. To say we went out, we didn't. I wasn't allowed to call her. I couldn't see her. So summer would go by, and I'm riding my bicycle, and I'm running around, and I might bump into her somewhere in town. And then I saw her mother, big as a house, obese. It didn't dawn on me, if you want to know what the future of the woman you're interested in looks like, look at her mom. Now, that's not always true, but a lot of times it is. A year later, she started to put on the pounds. The face got fat. She wasn't pretty at all. It all went just... She was as pretty as Maharani. I never told her I'm not interested in you because you gained all this weight. I never said that. We weren't going out. I couldn't take her to movies. She wasn't my girlfriend. But the interest went pizzle. Now, I remember I was in the library one day, and there was a girl by the name of Kamei who was interested in me, and I liked Kamei. People come up to me and say, Kamei, all over, shut up. Never kissed Kamei, never went on a date with her. Never. But I had romances in my heart. The really hot-looking girls, they didn't give me the time of day. They teased me. They made fun of me. Girls were very bold back then. I remember a girl at Walteria Elementary. I was in 3rd grade, sitting at the lunch tables, which were outdoors, in California schools. And I didn't even talk to her. She was not a nice girl. She was yucky, very inappropriate for her young age. And I'm sitting there eating my lunch. She decides to get into my radar and starts making fun of me. I said, man, leave me alone. You guys are so stupid. You sit there in the tub and you pull on the end of your penis saying, oh, it's a submarine and it won't go anymore. I still remember her saying that. As a kid, I'm like, I never played submarine with that thing between. What is she talking about? We're digging out some layers, ladies. I got up on the monkey bars on the other side, started to swing, and a girl gets on the other side named Dominique Victor. Never did anything to her. She starts coming across. I was already on it. And she deliberately knocked me so hard and drill punched me, and I fell right on the ground and road rashed the elbow, face planted in the sand. Another time, I was waiting for the bus at Mammoth Elementary School. They're supposed to line up along the wall in the interior hallway. Then the doors would open and we'd be dismissed to the buses, which were right there. I'm standing in line and this girl named Michelle cuts around me. I said, hey, you can't take cuts. That's all I said. She grabbed my hair and it was a cat, like on me. Headlock, punches to the face. I was on the floor getting the poo kicked out of me by a girl, and I'm still trying to figure out what the hell has just happened. The teachers didn't get her in trouble. The teachers didn't do anything to her. And I'm crying. I said, man, I didn't do anything. Don't worry about it. Just get on the bus. I learned very early on that women get a free pass. I learned very early on that women were mean and nasty as hell. I remember female teachers embarrassing me in front of the class. Mrs. Thee. I was in class, and I don't remember what I did, but she came up and took the flat of her hand and slammed it down so hard on the desk and made a big slap. Everybody turned around, yelled my name in full. I hated that woman. Oftentimes, the mammoth elementary school secretaries were battle axes. I couldn't stand them either. Flash forward to when I was in junior high, and I spent a summer staying at my auntie's house down in California, and I, at the time, liked being down there. My aunt, my cousins, because it was fun. We get to go to Disneyland, we get to go to the beach, we get to go places, man. We went to San Clemente for a week. My little cousin, Sean, he had a wagon, and I'd put him in the radio flyer wagon and pull him around. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. My aunt loved it. Boy, Sean just likes the rides you're giving him. You're very strong. I'd go down from the bluff all the way down the trail, down to the beach. It was paved. And me, I was a runt of a kid, and I'd pull him right up that hill like nobody's business, all the way to the top. I remember one day one of your California, traditional, stereotypical California hotties with the bronze skin, the bikini, the large breast, very perfect woman. I didn't know her. I wasn't even looking at them. I was pulling my cousin around in a wagon. You're going to laugh, girls, but I used to think like a truck. I like trucks. My cousin was with his Asian friends. He was academic. He was playing chess. He was doing this. He was younger than me. I couldn't relate to that. My little cousin, he wanted wagon rides, and I just considered myself a mule and said, I've got to get rid of energy. I'll pull him around. I was content with that. And this hot-looking California beach girl gets up, stands up, and stretches in front of me and says, when are you going to grow up and stop pulling little wagons around, little boy? And made fun of me. I couldn't process that. Grow up. I wasn't walking around going, I was just pulling it behind me. My cousin loved it. It was a workout for me. Let me go on about women. But let me finish the story of Christy. I never said that to anybody. I just kept it to myself. Gosh, she's not pretty anymore. Christy joined the cross-country team. My friends came up and said, Christy joined the girls' cross-country? I said, she did? Why? Dude, she's totally into you. I said, no. She kept flirting with me. I didn't lead her on, nothing. Because I wasn't accepted by anybody else, she sat next to me on the bus, and I let her. I didn't hug her. I didn't kiss her. We didn't do any of that. I wasn't interested. And one day I was like a dumb sheep, led to play a dumb little game that ended up hurting her so bad. Kamei had an interest in me, and she and I were in the library talking, and she goes, look, Christy's coming in. Don't talk to her. Just pay attention to me, and then she'll get the hint. Like a dummy, I said, okay. She come and said, hi. Oh, hi. And I kept talking, and we're laughing, Kamei and I, and Christy stands up and says, oh, I see I'm not important, and breezed out the door. She comes up to me the next day at the lockers. That little thing you did in the library, what was that all about? Was that for real? I said, yes, that was for real. We were not going out. She was not my girlfriend. But she thought we were. And her mother used to tell her things. And even my own parents had all of them over on my birthday. My cousin, my sister, and my mother. Her dad was really cool. Her dad was very nice to me. My mother was awful. And very obese. I don't know what happened to Christy. I've looked her up. Can't find her on Facebook under name. Can't find her anywhere. Just curious. Girls, you need to understand that there are some body types I can't get into. I'm sensitive to smells. I know some girls that have body odor. I remember when I was in school, there was a hot-looking girl named Veronica. Absolute 10 in looks. Nice 5 inches of nice, firm breasts. She was very good looking. Blonde hair. But she had rank body odor all the time. My friend Paul and I were invited to Kristen's house at a Halloween party before I was saved, and it was a night of my first exposure to Freddy Krueger movies and Nightmare on Elm Street. I regret watching any of that. It scared the pee out of me. Sitting on the couch, flanked by these good-looking girls, Paul and I are sitting there, and we're under the blanket going, yee, and Kristen says, man, I wanted you guys to make me feel brave, and you guys are a bunch of chickens. I said, this stuff is frightening, man. Veronica asked if we could give her a ride home. I didn't have the car. Paul had a truck. Paul says, you want to go with me? I said, yeah. She sat between us in the bench seat, and we took off, and I had to crank my window. And we were polite, dropped her off, shut the door, and left. And I said, I smiled, and I said, she's really good looking, isn't she? He looks at me with this face that it was one of those looks that if you saw it, you'd bust your gut. Yeah, but the smell, dude. I said, yeah. I said, she's stunning. I know some girls that have bad breath. I don't want to kiss that. I understand after you've just eaten, but all the time? Smells like a toilet or a trash compactor? People ask me, do I believe that there's a soulmate? I used to. I thought Beth was it. Boy, was I way off. I've never met my soulmate. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think I ever will. In all my videos where I talk about Asian women are better than American women, most of that was done out of anger. Most of that was done with my own insecurities and the hatred and scarring that had happened to me with American women, that I was lashing out. Are Asian women better than American women? The answer, to a large degree, no. People are people and are born with a sinful nature. It's the prevailing culture that sets the tempo. The prevailing culture of America is very hostile to an American man, to any man. The prevailing culture for today's Western women is very anti-male, very non-submissive, very in your face, all about entitlement, your rights, self-centeredness, cover your own butt, protect yourself, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's not healthy for us men when women are being taught and raised in that environment. The reason some of the Asian women are better is because when you go to the Philippines, they have not fully embraced that culture yet. Unfortunately, when some of those Filipinas, Chinese, Indonesian, Thailand, and other Asian women come over here and taste the corruption over here, they too get drunk, corrupted, polluted. American culture is toxic to all involved. The sad thing is 90% of the women in America don't see that fact. A huge more percentage of men see it more than women. Why is that? So back to the wagon store in San Clemente State Park Beach. What a beautiful place. One day, it was a foggy morning, but you could still see a little bit. I walked out on top of the bluff and looked down at the Pacific Ocean, and I noticed the tide was very way out, and I hadn't seen that all week. Rocks a distance out were sticking up. I looked at my cousin. I said, "What do you make of that?" He said, I don't know, but that don't look right. I said, you know what that reminds me of? Is the movies I've seen of when a tsunami's coming, is that all the water goes all the way out? And he said, maybe we better stay up here. I said, yeah, I think so. I went back to the camper, grabbed the wagon, and took my little cousin, and there was a sidewalk around the bathroom, the outside of the restrooms. It was early. There was nobody. And I was on that sidewalk going around as fast as I could. He was having fun. Now, the last 2 days we were there, last 3 days we were there, this old school bus painted with peace symbols and paisleys and hippie crap all over it pulls up not too far from our site. I'm coming around that sidewalk. The woman's door opens and this woman starts to step out and starts screaming at me at the top of her lungs. Cussing. I was like, what is your problem? You have no business pulling that thing around on here. Sorry. She continued to yell and scream. So I didn't pull it on there. Then I went on the pavement around it. I told my aunt. She goes, what is her problem? I said, she really laid into me. So this time I'm on the pavement a day later, and this woman starts off again. Well, my aunt heard it, and my aunt walks over and says, what is your problem? My aunt was typical California. She just yelled and screamed right back, and these two were going at it. Like, good grief. I took the wagon, and I jetted out of the area. I said, come on, Sean, let's go. It's not going to be pretty. Later on, my aunt said, that woman's a real bitch. You think? Women were not very good to us boys when I was growing up. Here I am at a campground. There's kids all over the place. How much more better would it have been for that woman to come out and say, hey, I think it's fun that you're having fun, but I'm worried that somebody might come out that bathroom door, not see you, and you hit them with that wagon. Could you please maybe not be up on here? Or maybe not go around fast? Women don't handle us kids right. Mostly ever. Yelling and screaming and flying into a rage. And I've watched that happen with my ex and my son. It's very easy for Pacific to look at women as nothing but an object to be used and discarded. That clashes with my Christian view, because God loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. But then I tried dating Christian women, and a lot of them are the same. If I can get my hand down their shirt and I can feel their nipples and kiss them and make out with them and move on, okay. Because relationally, most Christian women are right up there with secular women in this country as being a liability. No, I'm not thinking that now. So don't read into that I'm some monster ogre that views women as sex objects. Do I view a lot of women as sex objects? Yes, I can't help it. They're showing all that stuff. It's like, dang, I'd like to get a piece of that. Put my mouth on that and kiss that and feel that and suck that. The women don't want to hear this stuff. And that's why this channel, this video is titled For Men Only. And I know the women will get on here. Ooh, what is this? You're curious. This is for men. This is for men, and for you women hearing, I hope it convicts you. I hope it convicts you, not you personally as an attack, but convicts you to realize some of your own kind haven't been very kind to me. Now, Pacific's not into men. Pacific's not gay. And somebody asked if I'm transitioning to a woman. That's not what this is about. I believe I'm very masculine when I talk. And I believe that I am perfectly intact sexually towards women. I watched the men in our family not really stand up to the women. I grew up watching The Lone Ranger, The Rifleman, stuff like that. Then I go back to the real world and watching my mother be rude to her own husband, who goes to work all day and gives her a house and a comfortable lifestyle. I watch a mother throw a hissy fit. We went all the way to Carson City from Mammoth Lakes. Spent a miserable night in a motel room with her seething in rage. Got in the car next morning with her tense, pensive, not saying good morning, not greeting any one of us. We kids hadn't even done anything, and she's angry at something and then demands that her husband drive us all the way back to Mammoth. They get in a knockdown, drag-out fight. It was so bad that night in the house. And Michael would wake up in his bedroom at 2 o'clock in the morning and hear the sound of dishes breaking on the kitchen floor right above my bedroom. And I'm thinking, what is going on up there? My mother was a piece of work. Do I have some anger? Yeah. I'm human. I didn't get the hugs I needed. I was never able to express to my mother, you know, I'm a loser out there. I'm small. I'm not strong enough. I'm not big and mean enough to start a fight and end it. I'm the victim. I'm the one getting chased from school constantly. I'm getting teased, laughed at, hit, punched, shoved. I couldn't go to my dad and have my dad knock on somebody's door and say, look, you get your kid off my son or there's going to be a problem. No, my dad wouldn't have done that. All my life I wanted a father and a mother, and I had neither. I had my needs met, the physical things, but not entirely so. I didn't get the affection and love that I needed from a mother and father. I couldn't understand myself, and they were too immature in their own state to see that I was just a kid who didn't know my head from a hole in the ground. My mother blaming everything on a food allergy. Everything. And now, how many years later, and me driving how many buses and bus routes and years of student transportation, I've seen something in every one of these junior high boys that I smile at and go, they're just like me when I was that age. Frickin' squirrels do things without thinking. Damage this, spit out the window, throw that orange. They don't think, just like I did. Hyper. If you're going to go on a school bus and expect it to be a library environment, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. And when I finally started analyzing the teenagers and looking at what they're doing and remembering back on what I did, I started becoming a better bus driver with regards to student management. Yelling and screaming at them doesn't amount to a hill of beans. When a boy yells, penis, at the top of his lungs on a bus loaded with 67 kids, years ago I would have gotten mad and said, you're getting written up. Now I just shake my head and laugh, look in the mirror and say, you feel better now that you got that out of your system? You got to yell penis at the top of your lungs. Does that feel good? Well, when I put it that way, the whole bus starts to laugh. You just broke the ice and you took away the shock value, which is what kids want, is shock value. They want to get to you. I didn't want to get to my mother. I was scared of her. I want to tell my female viewers I was terrified of my mother. Terrified until my 30s. Afraid to offend her, afraid to cross her path, afraid even to ask her a simple question on every car trip we took from Mammoth to LA, a distance of 300 miles. That was in the days on US 395. You went through Bishop, Big Pine, Independence, Lone Pine. That was 100 miles to Lone Pine, 100 miles across a big, vast stretch of desert up against the base of the Sierra Nevada mountains to Mojave, and from Mojave to LA, 100 miles. It was a long trip. 6, 7, 8 hours. Gas stops. I read a whole lot of Archie and Richie Rich comic books when I was a kid. I had a stack of them, 200 and something, that I sold at a pawn shop in Prescott years ago in near perfect condition. And I was terrified to ask my mother one simple question. And I would just be nervous and anxiety-ridden inside as I'm trying to be as tolerant as I can, and that cigarette smoke is filling the car. And finally, after 30 minutes of this, I finally said, could you please crack? Oh, you're so intolerant! You want to know what I really believe? I was married to a wife for 14 years that when she wanted to go do the troubled youth home, I didn't think we should, but I gave in to her. When she said we should move to Denver, I didn't want to, but we gave in to her. But you want to know the kind of man I am now? I'd be guilty of giving half my soul to the right woman. That's how stupid I am. I'm generous, I'm kind, and I'm just as guilty as any other guy. Dang, she's hot. She's nice. Let me help you. It would be very easy for a woman to take my heart to the cleaners. But not necessarily. Pacific doesn't like women taking me on. Pacific doesn't like walking to a break room and the minute he hears a black, self-appointed ghetto queen, legend in her own mind, alpha female, open her mouth, I bristle. If I had fur on my neck, it'd be standing. And I want to go, shut up. Get out! You worthless piece of walking female trash. All the years of stifling and putting up with crap from women, and example upon example that could fill 15,000 YouTube videos by me for hours. Of teachers, of classmates, of church women, of women, and the crappy things they've done to me that were totally unwarranted. And women want to whine about men and how terrible they are. I'm 49, I have less inhibition. The only reason I don't say anything is because I'm in the workplace. If I saw that woman in the store and she said anything, I'd walk right up to her face and say, you know what, you piece of garbage? You make black people look like crap. You're garbage. You're useless and you're full of the devil. I cannot stand you. Get away from me. Yes, Pacific has a struggle with loving certain people too. All the years of being put down, laughed at, made fun of by women. Watching men from chat rooms to the classroom to the playground play the white knight. And when girls make fun of me and I stand up as a naive boy because I'm hurting and say, shut up, leave me alone. And some guy who's interested in a girl says, did you tell her shut up? I'll kick your ass. Oh, you got to be kidding me. I learned a long time ago too many men are affected by hard-ons and not rational common sense. No man would ever defend me against a bunch of pretty women, even if the pretty women are wrong. Let's talk about Mary Ann. Mary Ann talked in a very condescending fashion all the time. She was very arrogant. She thought she was the best bus driver in the world in Duluth, Minnesota. Never spent any time with her husband. She had 2 kids. One was a hot-looking blonde who had made her mistakes. Had babies. I don't know if it was a boyfriend, but she wasn't married. Had a son who actually went out with that Laura that I dated. He'd get drunk, and he ended up being a first-class loser. But Mary Ann thought she was all that in a bag of chips. She was fat, she was overweight, she's old. Pushing 60 years old. Hanging around with 20-year-old drunk college students after work. Go figure. I tried to be nice to her. I made it through my first year. Summertime came, and we had to go out to the Votech Center to get our first aid and CPR training, which was 4 hours. And we were all supposed to go back to the bus company, which was a long distance away. And I said, is there anybody here that I can ride back to the bus garage with? Marianne offered. I just said, God, thank you for the ride. As we're riding along, she said 2 things that shocked me. One was, isn't your dad a preacher? I said, no, I don't have family here. I'm not from around here. Oh, I thought your dad was a minister. I never talked about God in that place. And then she goes, I honestly didn't think you were going to make it. You had so many accidents. I cannot believe you made it. I just can't. I thought for sure you were going to get fired. And everything in me bristled. I thought, this son of a bitch offered me a ride to tell me this. I wasn't outspoken then like I am now. One day I was sitting in the break room. Well, let me back up. I went to the dispatcher. His name was Guy, and I liked him. He was a true Northlander, born and raised up there, Finnish. Guy Smith actually gave me encouragement a few times when I never thought, of all people, he'd give it. He seemed quite stoic. And I went up to him one day and I said, can I talk to you? Sure. I said, what is Marianne's problem? And I just spilled my guts. She's rude to me. She's put down. And he chuckled and he said, Michael, you've had bus 380 for 2 years. We bought that bus brand new back in the early 80s as a charter bus to use for the out-of-town sports trips. Then we finally turned it into a route bus. And a lot of people wanted that bus because it was brand new. It was a diesel. We gave it to Marianne. She couldn't reach the pedals in it, so we had some risers attached to the gas pedal for her. She complained that that bus was hard to steer, hard to shift, was cold. Then she complained and complained and complained and complained. You're from Arizona, Michael, and you've been here 2 years. We haven't heard one complaint about you regarding that bus. I said, really? He says, I kid you not. He says, but I'm not finished. As far as her commenting on your driving the first year, he says, every one of us has had our ding-dong accidents. He said, but she'd been driving for us for years, and she went over to Howard Ganesan Elementary School. Or was it Homecroft? I can't remember the name now. Maybe it was Homecroft. She got too close to the culvert when she went to unload her students, and the bus slipped and literally went on its side. I was like, her? Oh, gosh, Mike, she's had her accidents, and hers were way worse than your little ding-dong accidents. I said, I didn't know that. She says, of course not. None of the new people know that, and she's very arrogant. She thinks she's the queen bee in here. So one day I'm sitting in the break room, and this girl named Kim, who had been working for about a few months, hey, Mike, how are you? We were sitting there talking, and she lowers her voice. She goes, what's with this Marianne? She's rude. And she told me about some unkind things she said. And I noticed at the other table that George was sitting there. George was one of her closest friends. 20-something-year-old toga, beer-drinking party, screw girls and leave them. He had no active girlfriend, by the way. He just used them, loved them, and left them. And the ding-dong girls were okay with that. I started forming very early on about University of Minnesota Duluth. The girls in the university are worthless. They're hot looking, and they're no substance, and they're users, takers, drunks. I dated a girl who went to UMD, and she was not like the others, and she became converted to Christ while we were dating. She said, man, I can't stand the girls there. They're so arrogant. They party. I said, no, you're not going to fit in with that crowd. So George overheard Kim talking to me, and Kim says, I said, did you know that did you know Marianne put a bus in the ditch and she's had her share of accidents? Are you serious? I said, I just found out about this recently. George turns around and says, I wouldn't be talking about Marianne. I said, I think that you need to mind your own business. You guys all talk about me and I've had enough. And he mouthed off some other words, and I thought, it does seem like the wicked prosper, doesn't it, folks? I believe it's Psalm 73 talks about that, but they're not going to prosper forever. Let me tell you other things that have happened. We had a two-way radio on those buses. We were going to Valley Fair, several of us, and we were chit-chatting back and forth. And somebody made a comment about one of the cars where when we were passing the line of cars, because buses, it was a special all-nighter at one of these amusement parks. And the buses had the right-of-way, and the cars were all dead stopped in the right lane, and the buses, we pull up, stop, pull up, stop. And somebody made a comment about this couple in the car doing inappropriate things. I got up next to the car. I said, yeah, they're practically sitting on each other's lap. And that's all I said. We get to the fairgrounds, and one of the hot blondes with the tan skin that everybody lusted after, I cannot believe the inappropriate thing you said over the radio. I said, you guys were saying inappropriate things. I just said she's practically sitting on his lap. All those girls and the guys that thought they were hot roasted me right on the spot. I said, I heard you say this. You said, didn't matter. The pack mentality. Whenever there's a good-looking girl involved and she's against you, guy, if you stand up to her, all the other guy wolves are right around the perimeter waiting to come in and just go. The white knight syndrome. And why do guys do that? Ooh, she's the hottie. I'm going to be the hero. Too many Hollywood movies are based on that. The stronger guy with the more firepower, including the one I saw yesterday. It was a good movie, and the context of it fit it all. But this guy's blazing his way through danger to save that girl. Girls are turned on even by thugs that have that mentality. Unfortunately, there's a lot of girls that like to see innocent people get the crap kicked out of them, too. Women are that evil in some cases. Pacific hasn't been perfect, and he knows that. But I grew up watching women do weird stuff. Things that I didn't understand. Like the next door neighbor Chinese woman, Peggy. She had an A-frame house and a front deck, and I wasn't on it. I was out in the front yard of my place. I simply walked 2 feet over the property line, was watching them pull this old round metal fireplace out of the house. I was just watching, and she just suddenly yells at me, "Will you get out of here? We're trying to lift this, and it's very heavy, and you're bothering me by staring." I was too scared to say. I was just watching what you guys were lifting out of the house. I watched that same woman My parents didn't want to pay to board the dogs on a trip we were going to go on. So they asked her if they could make a deal with her by me working for her for 2 weeks when we got back. And she said yes. She didn't have any plans at all to use me because I was a hard worker. She hired me as a neighbor to split her wood, to shovel snow, to go out into the woods in her old Dodge van and get logs out of the forest. So she gives me 2 dogs to walk on leash as I go out, start walking around, and she comes out and yells at me. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? And I hadn't done anything wrong. One time, one shot, I had just started that day. I wasn't out there for 30 minutes. And she goes, this isn't going to work. I'm just going to call your mother and say this isn't going to work. They're going to have to pay for the services. And that's when I began to learn, no, she didn't want trade. She wanted her money. So she found fault with me. And my mother got mad at me and she said you were fooling around. I said, I was not. I've watched women lie and connive and manipulate and do things all my life. I watched in my family women turn against women. My sister against this aunt or this grandma or this cousin. And then they're suddenly bosom friends, and then they're fighting a war against somebody else that's related in the family. And you know what's funny is I never saw the men do that ever. There was harmony with all the men in the family. They were all different, but there was peace. It was the women who always stirred up the pot, started the trouble, started the drama. And unfortunately, I never saw the men in our family stand up and have enough balls to say, you know what, woman, you're out of line, be quiet. They were too afraid to do it. I grew up in Southern California. Feminism had taken over LA a long time before. It's easy to view women as sex objects. Look at the way they dress. Look at the way they carry themselves. Look at the way they act. There's no substance. There's no nice personalities. There's no manners anymore for most of them. But they're showing their cleavage and showing their tight, form-fitting pants that they jumped off the top bunk to get into. And then on the other side of that coin, you have the fat, lazy, slothful, unattractive, ugly women that don't take care of themselves, and they've got an attitude and are making fun of me as a 49-year-old adult. When a coworker of mine who has dyed her hair blue, beautiful black hair like this, and now has dyed it blue, and got a rectangle thing right here, and a big tattoo of the name of her family right across her breasts and chest and all up and down her arms, and tells me my hair looks like SHIT. And Pacific, living in this screwed up world, as bold as I am as on YouTube, I cannot say the things I want to say without risk of losing my job. I want to turn around and say, and you're the expert on my hair? Look at you, lady. You look like a freak show. Dun, 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 dun. Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey present the tattooed freakazoid with blue hair. 50 cents, and you can take a peek. The other day, I went to clock in, and one of these loud, flamboyant women was joking around with me, and she says out loud, "You're weird, Mike, you're weird." I'm thinking, why am I being called weird? I said hello, and she's weird. Blonde woman. I'm leaving the bus lot. I see her open her emergency door to her bus and sweep all the trash out onto the ground. And I jokingly made a comment one day. I said, yep, I'm driving the lot. I go by, I see your back door fly open and your broom and trash come flying out the back door. And I thought, yep, that's her. She laughed. She knew I seen it. And then every day we're standing in line, she'll tell the other people, you know what? I was driving through the lot one day and I saw Mike's emergency door fly open and all his trash fly out. I looked at her and I said, "You're a liar." Never have I done that. When I told her about it, I said, if they catch you can get in trouble for that. I know, but I was so frustrated. I said, don't do that. And Mrs. Blue Hair, when the one blonde told me I was weird, Mrs. Blue Hair starts that, and I thought, yeah, I know she's talking. This is what Pacific views every single day. The woman running my stop sign last week, arguing with me, threatening to turn me in. She never did call, by the way. Don't yell at me. Stop harassing me. Stop being immature. Who's harassing you? You almost hit a student, lady. Pull your head out of your collective female arse and wake up. It's not about you. And I'm doing my job, and part of my job is to ensure the safety of my students. And if I told you you need to stop and you can't handle that, maybe you shouldn't drive. Women are insensitive to us males, but they're sensitive about their own damn feelings, and they get hurt and butthurt so easily. You stand up to today's women and you will be charged with harassment. One of the biggest pushes for me wanting to get out of here is I'm watching the writing on the wall of this country as we're in for some dangerous times. We're giving rights to the wrong people. Women are not supposed to be in authority or teach us men at all. It is Pacific's opinion that women don't belong in the workplace with men. Based on what I'm seeing, that clearly we have gotten so far away from God's model, God's ideal, where a woman stays home and is the homemaker, is raising the children, and the husband goes out and gets work. Today's women want men to make big money, while the women can sit and play all day and put their kids in daycare and not give one thing to the husband except a dangle carrot. If you please me, you might get to get laid with me tonight. You got to be kidding me. And we wonder why 50% of all marriages in the U.S. end in divorce. You're going to sit there and tell me it's all the male's fault? No. I've heard story after story of guys that I knew and know personally that are nice. I know a guy who is a Christian man who loves his son, who occasionally still is slapped and hit and punched by his wife in front of their son. One trip with any woman, even if I was married, did that to me, I would file divorce the next day and say, "You're out." Not to mention, I would better exercise self-control, because if I could get away with it, I would knock her into next week. I am not afraid of a woman. Women want equality. I'll give it to them. You want to punch me? I'll lay you out, and I'll go bowling right down the length of your body. But it's okay for women to whine and lick their boo-boos over and over. But if a man like me stands up and talks about the things I'm talking about, you watch how many women will get out here and go, "Boy, you got anger issues. There's something wrong with you. You need a lot of counseling. You need help." Yeah, okay. You're credible. Not. The Bible defines sin as missing the mark. Sin does not please God. God never winks at sin. God doesn't smile when we sin. But there's so many factors that enter into the why of why any of us do things. Women for a long time have been blaming men for just about everything. Well, I became a lesbian because I was with an abusive man. You were with one abusive man? Well, how do you account for the explosion of women going after girls that were never treated bad by a man? Because Cosmopolitan, Elle People, and all those Us magazines and all those women's magazines in our media have encouraged women to become completely intoxicated with themselves. Women are so in love with themselves, it makes sense that they would rather feel another woman's breast than a man's chest. Women are so in love with themselves that that's why they're turning into each other. Women claim men don't understand them, and they claim women do. That's a joke. That's like an elephant and a koala bear. Somebody saying they have a kindred spirit and that they can, mate and reproduce together and actually have community together. And no. Sin is pleasurable for a season. I again understand why people get into lesbian or homosexual acts, but another woman is not the answer. To imply that a man cannot meet your needs, neither can another woman. And that goes for men in the gay issue. Another man cannot meet your needs. It is perversion. Men are people. One of the MGTOW proponents made fun of me. I never even hear of him anymore. He had fun putting me down when I admitted that I struggled with lust and that I've masturbated. Men in this country have been so transmogrified by a culture gone off the rails that they don't even know how to be anymore. And when another man stands up and be as real as I do, even the men will turn on me and go, "Oh my gosh, did you hear the things he's saying?" You know why they do that? Because it makes them vulnerable as hell. Men don't want to be vulnerable. They're little boys that never grew up. That's why they hide behind their big diesel dually pickup trucks and their gun racks and their tough talk and their hat on backwards and their pants sagging down, which is another way of saying butt F me. Yeah. And it's 2015, and here stands Pacific Ocean Asia, 49 years old, looking at all this going, you know what? It's disheartening. I like my female fans. I respect them, for the most part. There's been one recently I had to block at all levels. I don't know what set her off, but I'm not going to have that. It's my channel. I'll ban if I want to. I'm glad women are on this channel. I want them here. But let me make it very clear that I'm still the head at my house. You don't own a house. Doesn't matter. My life, my essence, me. I'm the head. Jesus is head over me. And any woman that wants to date me or even be a prospect for wife is going to have to submit to that. And if I see in the dating process that she doesn't, won't, or can't, see ya. I'm not going to do this a fourth time. I'm not going to, by the grace of God, make the same stupid mistake. I'm going to be honest with my viewers that I'm human and I struggle with loneliness and struggle with lust, and there are even American women that are attractive, but the chances of me actually ever marrying an American woman are slim to zero. I'm not really interested relationally in you at all. Looks, some of you, yes. Relationally, disaster. I'm not talking about my fans that are here that share some of the same beliefs I have. Most of them are married. The sad thing I've learned in this country is the good women are already taken. They're accounted for. The ones that are out there still single at my age are the crumbs from the table that nobody wants, that the dogs won't even lick up. And that could be said about a lot of us males as well. There are women that would say I'd be a liability to marry. I don't agree with that. I'm clean, I'm organized, I can, for the most part, take care of a house. I'm a go-getter, I'll get things done. It's very easy to objectify women. I have a sex drive. And I love our pastor. I think he's good, and I think his sermon was very well done today. But he says, if your right eye causes you to sin, pluck it out. And he says, if your computer, you're sinning on it, throw it away. Can I be honest? I have sinned on it. Many, many times. When I used to do chat rooms and get naked on cam for women across the ocean, that was fun. When I've looked at porn sites, and yes, I still struggle with that. And I don't know hardly any men on my channel that don't. And I asked myself, should I get rid of my computer? And I thought, yeah, and then what am I going to do? I make videos. This forum has become important to me. It's become important because you've told me, my viewers, you have told me it's important. You have told me that this channel makes a difference in your life, that it encourages you, that you look forward to it. If all my viewers collectively stood up and told me, you suck, dude, I'd quit. But you're not, and the numbers are growing. The other 20% of my channel is what the heck. I agree. But it's all from the heart. It's all me. And the dating sites are the biggest risk of anything for meeting anybody. Most men and most women would never go out on a channel blowing their guts out like I do. That is risky business. We're taught in our stupid dating culture to put your best foot forward. Why don't you put your worst forward and see if a woman still loves you? We don't teach people that, though, do we? You know why? Because Hollywood taught us that. You know, the big macho guy comes in on a steed, his fancy muscle car, the in-control guy. Women have grown accustomed to that whole image. And it's a unicorn, Pegasus with wings. It doesn't exist. People become attracted to me. I'm going to tell my viewers I've had several gals interested in me through this YouTube channel. Some of them I talk to and that are friends on the phone, and I like them and they're pretty, but I'm not interested in pulling up stakes and going out to be with them because I've got a problem. Do you want to know what it is? I'll be very honest. I like ethnic women more than my own kind now. Now, if you find me a good, hot-looking Russian white woman who isn't weird like a lot of the Russian girls are, okay. I'll get off my Asian, ebony, Latina kick. Sorry, but I like brown-skinned, tan women. I like a lot of white women, too, in looks. And many of you are writing me on Facebook saying this country, the women are just... I know that. I don't post pictures thinking that these women have one of these. I post the picture because the package looks good. I'm just spotlighting around the globe. It's a fun thing. Pickup truck of the day. Once in a while, I do piglet of the day. Most of it's just dust in the wind. Just playing on Facebook, having fun, sharing pictures. Isn't it fun to go back and look at those old Datsun stick shift pickups with the single single wall bed construction, and that old 65 Ford with that simple straight dash. Do any of you miss that? You get in today's new cars with all their plastic and their computer screens in there and your GPS, and it's like, I don't want that. Give me that 65 Ford pickup. And to continue the analogy, I'd like the woman from 1965, too, that looks as good as somebody in their 20s today, to go with that truck. Lots simpler women back then, weren't they? They're so complicated today. And I know women have changed too, and we're not easy either. I'll address this question that's asked. Oh, you hate women. No, I don't. There's a lot of women I don't love or have respect for. Women need to realize with Pacific that I will not give you my respect except in the only conditions. One, in the job place if I have to, because I don't want to lose my job and I value a paycheck, because unfortunately in this corrupt world I got to have money to live. But outside of that, don't you dare step on my toes. Will I punch you? Will I be a threat to you? No, but I will turn around and let you have an earful. I've had too many years of not doing that. You know, my mother has absolutely no hold or fear on me whatsoever. Now it's the other way around. She came out to Colorado a couple years ago to see my ex-wife and my son, who she was not close to, either one of them. That house is a 10-minute walk from here. She made no effort, her or my oldest sister, to come down here and see me. She could have called me and had me meet at the restaurant that they all went to. Nope. I told my little sister that. And I'm going to be honest. I don't trust anybody in my family. No one. I've watched things go on, even with my young sister, where she didn't want to offend her mother. Her mother helped her buy a house. And yes, my sister paid it off, and my sister has been very smart. And she's done well for herself, coming from her background and her own sins and problems, and dropping out of school and running off after a guy that was an adult in Iowa, and that went south. She had a kid. But I remember even my uncle, who I still call and talk to, when I stayed and paid rent for 5 months. There was a freezer out in the garage, and I'd store some of my stuff in there, and I don't fill a fridge at all. And I had one container of apple juice that I wanted to put in the house fridge. All my cousin's beers in there, and all my cousin and his wife's soda pop is in there, 24 packs, several gallons of milk, and I just put in 1 gallon and a half bottle. My uncle goes in and says, "Michael, this needs to go." And I said, "That's all I've got in there. I'd like it cold." "Well, there's no room." I said, "Do you need several cases of beer and pop?" And the answer that came back to me, "Well, that's my son and his wife's." Pacific learned a long time ago, blood is thicker than water, and I'm just water. I saw that play out with my mother, the oldest sister. The oldest sister is a Mormon. The oldest sister who told my ex-wife, I found out the other day, when I told my ex-wife in 2009, "I'm going to Hong Kong to marry Beth. Could you please have Skype in your computer and have a Skype account for my son so I can talk to him?" "Oh, no, that's bad. That's bad." No, it isn't. And I mentioned that to the counselor in front of them the other day. She responded and said, "Your oldest sister told me it was bad." My oldest sister doesn't know much. She's good at scrapbooking and false religion. Stick to what you know, I'll stick to what I know. I don't love my older sister, I don't trust her. I called down to my cousin's house one day, and his wife answered, and she was rude to me the whole time I was there. When I lived there for 5 months, she was a pain in the butt. From Peru, overweight, foul, uncouth. Even my uncle had stated, I've had it with her. Till she got pregnant. And he was a grandpa. Before I left to move to Spokane, I looked at my uncle and I said, you have let this woman. She's got control of her husband and she's got control of you. And he said to me, well, I know. I'll tell you what, viewers. I love family. But if my son lived with me and he married an obnoxious woman, I'd look my son in the eye and say, because I respect marriage, I'm going to kick you both out. Because you need to be with your wife. But if you want to live with me, she's got to go. I'm not going to put up with that crap. My own uncle told me when I was down there in 2008, Colville, Washington. My cousin's wife came in and started yelling at my uncle and being totally rude and disrespecting of him, and he turned around and said her name and said, F you. He had never done that. And she went and walked out of the kitchen. I said, you said that to her? He goes, I've had enough. Let me tell you about her. And I love my cousin. And I love my uncle, but my uncle's flawed. And I love my cousin. And I will always have a special bond with him because we were always a troublesome duo together, a dynamic duo, and he got saved because God used me to reach him, and I will always have a soft spot for my cousin. He's the only one that I have that soft spot for. When I first moved into that house, my cousin's wife had a 109-pound lab that she kept calling her baby. This was before she was pregnant. And I just kept my mouth shut. I'm like, that dog is not your baby. But I didn't say that. And I was over there the first night, I put my food on the table, and the dog sticks its jaw right up on top of the table, complete with slobber. And I gently put my hand against his muzzle and said, no, get off. Michael, that's my baby. That's my dinner. Dog's chops don't belong on the table, please. And she starts telling me what I need to understand. I said, wait a minute. I'm paying my uncle rent. This is his house. No, it isn't. Yeah, it's his house, but we're paying the mortgage and he's giving it to us. I said, it doesn't matter. I'm paying my uncle rent. He's the homeowner. Get that dog off the table where we eat, please. I watched this woman start a drama one morning. I had washed my dish and put it in the dish drainer. I cleaned the house. She was not the neatest person. That dog made a huge mess every day with shedding fur. And she'd cook these big cauldron pots on the stove because she was convinced of making homemade dog food for the dog. And the sink was full, mountain high, of dishes. I wash them. And I might get a thank you once in a while. I never complained. Internally, I'm like, gosh, this woman's a pig. Whenever she did any little thing, she had to grandstand about I mopped the living room. Big freaking deal. Gosh, I'm so tired. I mopped the living room. She started a fracas one day, and I stood up to her and I said, you need to stop talking to me like that. This is my uncle's house. I pay rent. You're being disrespectful to me, and you need to stop. Well, I own this house too. I said, no, you don't. My uncle told me to my face he had put the money down, and he was going to will it to them as an inheritance, but the condition was that they need to pay the mortgage, the remainder mortgage, and take care of him. My uncle told me that in October of 2008, he was going to sit down and tell his son, I love you, and that woman is going to have to get out of the house. I'm not going to take this anymore. Shortly after I left, she became pregnant, and he never did have that conversation with her. He complained to me in the truck on the way to Walmart. Every day we talked about it when she wasn't in earshot. How uncouth she was, how ghetto trash she was, how trailer trash she was. She grew up with a nanny who spoiled her. She's not a submissive woman. She's a bossy butt. And every family that they've lived with, people liked my cousin, but they couldn't stand her. My own cousin has been panty whipped by her. She went into the bathroom crying crocodile tears. I hear her call my cousin. I'm like, oh, great. My cousin comes home from work before lunchtime. What is going on? And I calmly told him, and he's disrespecting me. He's younger than me. I said, whoa, can you let me finish, cousin? I'm older than you. Don't talk to me that way. I'll tell you what, if you anger my wife, I'll ask you to get in your truck and leave now. I said, excuse me, that's not what happened. And I told him. He believed me. So, Dad, is that true? We don't own the house? Did you tell Michael that? My uncle pauses. No, you own the house. Do you know what? Just the day before, my uncle said, no, this is my house. And I've made agreements with them to pay the mortgage. But I own this home. It is in my name. I put the money down. I secured the loan. And he looked at my cousin and said, no, it's your house too. And I stood there and I'm like, I don't believe I just witnessed this. My cousin then says, well, that being established, you're a guest, Michael, and you're my cousin and I love you. But if you get my wife mad, we're going to have a problem. I said, I'm going to tell you again, your wife is being disrespectful to me. I didn't do anything. She's complaining about me leaving a dish in the dish drainer. I've been washing her mountain pile of dishes without even a thank you, and I haven't said a word. And I washed my dish, put it in the dish drainer to drain, and she's complaining about one dish. I said, come on, man, take a look at this. He would not address her. He would not address it. We went out to the garage, and he said, I know what you're saying is true. But if my wife's happy, I'm happy, and I'm not going to get into it with her because I don't win. I said, why don't you stand up to her? I'm not going to go there with you, cousin. I said, wow, you got all these guns, you talk tough against all the liberalism, and you can't take this woman on? And he put his head down and he says, not going to go down that road, brother. He got back in his car and went back to work. I was horrified. My uncle later that day said, I'm sorry, I lied in front of you. I said, yeah, I was really shocked at that. He said, well, if I'd have said yes, you heard what he said. My cousin said, because if you're saying this is your house, I'll pack up my wife and we'll leave right now. He said, I didn't want to lose my son. Lose your son? I have watched codependency. I have watched weird manipulative dynamics go on that blow me away. And I'll tell you what, I hear a woman just this week told me the only reason she's staying in her marriage is because she's in a financial bind and the guy's cheating on her with men and women. How in the hell did we men let women grab the reins of power? My cousin's wife is from Peru, and if there's one thing I've learned, I would never get involved with a woman from Peru just based on that. Well, you can't throw it all. No, I can't, but watching that was enough to turn me off. This is a woman that when I'd be on the phone in another room quietly talking, she'd walk in and start talking baby talk and yelling at the top of her lungs. I remember when I lived in Hibbing and I'd call my cousin and I'd hear in the background, da, 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 ha, 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 ha. And I said, cousin, what is going on with her? Oh, my wife's a wombat. And I'd hear him say, honey, do you mind? I'm trying to talk to my cousin. And then I'd hear this drama. And people call me racist for saying Latinas are drama. My son and I were talking yesterday, and I mentioned what I've seen at my workplace, and he says, he said, I have no interest in the blacks or the Hispanics girls at all. No thanks. Yes, I know my son has his problems, but I'm just making a point. I'm honestly scared to marry a white woman in this country. I wouldn't even think of marrying a Hispanic woman. I can't even get a date that would last into I'm dating her mode. I've had a brief interest in some black women, and that is a mess. And the same thing, the good-looking black women, they're not interested in me. So what's left? The Asians. Viewers, I do call my uncle and talk to him. He says, I love you. And I say, I love you too. But when he told me I had to get the apple juice out of there, it was my cousin's own wife that came in and said, what is all the problem here? And she moved a couple things around and said, there's room for his apple juice. He doesn't need to get it out of there. It's like, well, that's cool. And then something happened one day. I don't remember. I was in the kitchen doing something, and the wife started barking at me. And I said, you know what? Get off of it. And I went and sat down at the table to eat my food. And I am considerably older than she is. And I'll be honest, whenever I call the house, 99.9% of the time, she answers that phone immediately, and I hate that. And not my uncle or cousin, but she's the keeper of the phone. She's arrogant. She's loud. Foul as all get out. And I admit, does my cousin love her? I believe he does. I believe my cousin tried to do the right thing. But many times after that altercation, he'd be out repacking bullets. And I'd go out there and sit with him while he's running his little press. And he'd say, you know what I got to deal with? I said, how do you do it? He said, I ask myself that all the time. I love my cousin, and I told him she went to Peru for a couple weeks. My uncle went to southern Canada, for a week, and it was just my cousin and I. And he has a little bit of a limp because he has a foot problem, and I turned and watched him walk away, and we were in the kitchen chatting, and I felt compassion all of a sudden for him, and I said, Lord, please protect him. And then we talked that night, and I said, he said, I'm just glad it's you and me. He said, do you notice how peaceful it is in here? I said, I was thinking the same thing, dude. And he said, I'm sorry, man. He said, I think if it was just us, it would work. But he said, with that wife, you and her would kill each other. And I said, yeah, you got that right. He says, I'm not saying she's right, cousin. He says, I know you're different and stuff, but he says, what you say is true, but I'm just not going to get into it with her. It's World War III every time. I said, but how far do we go in submitting to women and letting them rule like that? I said, really? He goes, I agree with you. But she's never going to see it that way. And I said, well, make her see it that way. Tell her I'm done with this. You don't shape up, I'll kick you out of the house. Pacific is dumb. I put up with a lot of stuff. And I'm going to tell women why that is. Because women have a problem. We often confuse arousal with the word love, and arousal and love are not the same thing. And when we think a woman's hot, we don't want to offend her. But you know what I'm learning now? Offend her as quickly as you can to see if she's still around after the offense. I'm not talking about being obnoxious and doing something wrong to her. But I'm becoming more comfortable with you. You think you like me? Why don't you tune into Sexy Asian Dragon on YouTube and get back to me? I'll tell you what. 90%, and I'm being conservative, 90% of American women, if they saw my channel, would go, I wouldn't date him at all. Good. Separate the girls from the women. Yeah, I grew up in a family where the men weren't much men, where the men got panty whipped by the women, where I, as an adopted child, learned that adoption in a physical family really meant nothing at all. When my little sister and I were compared to my oldest sister, who was my mother and father's blood daughter, their own daughter out of my mother's own womb, I saw that stuff go on. When my ex-wife, who wasn't even friends with my closest friend's wife, she never invited her over, she never sat down and talked to them, or with her. After I was divorced, she sends off all these friends I knew letters saying I had cheated on her, which I didn't. And if I had, I'd tell my viewers that. She had no relationship with my oldest sister at all. But then my oldest sister, being the good Mormon she is, comes out with my mother on a trip all the way to Colorado, and neither one of them with the intent to see me at all. I called my sister in Arizona and said, are you aware of the fact that your mother's here? What? They went and saw my son and my ex. They did not see me. My little sister reacted to that and said, you've got to be kidding. I said, nope, my son just told me about it today. She quizzed our mother about it. Well, I didn't know what kind of an emotional state it'd be in. Oh, give me a break. What tip was there that I was in an emotional state at all? When I came back from Hong Kong, I was thinking of taking my truck and driving it down to Arizona. And I was going to go and see her to force myself to get over my angst. My mother said, well, yeah, you can come down and see us, but you'll have to get a motel because we're doing a remodel. I thought to myself, Surely they're somewhere to sleep. I ultimately decided not to go down. Part of me said, do you really want to go down there and see them? And I thought, no. And I didn't tell him that. I just said I decided I was going to go down and see them and then maybe go back up to Williston, see if I get a job in the oil fields. And it was then that God interrupted me with a collision with a snowplow in Montana that I went to Denver. I said, God provided. The couple in this house has shown me more kindness than a lot of Christians I know and so-called family I know. I want my viewers to know this is not a pity party. I want my viewers to know some background. And I want my viewers to know that when we talk about this whole issue of lust, I learned very quickly that I'm kind of a throwaway. So why not just look at everybody else that way? Do you know that if the chips are down, I have nobody that I can call up and say, I've got a crisis? I mean, don't get me wrong. If push came to shove, I'm sure my cousin would make room for me. But with his wife, it's fish or cut bait. I want to tell you a story about a woman that's friends with my mother. Name will not be mentioned. The woman is the mother of a girl I dated 3 different times. Once in high school, once after the divorce, and once years later when I came out on a visit from Duluth back to Prescott. The girl's name was Melinda. I was attracted to her in school. She had black hair. She was good looking. I wasn't a Christian. We went out. I thought she was weird. And she was. She was a libber. I didn't know what a liberal was, or a libber. She was taller than me, so I felt uncomfortable with that. But after I divorced, we went back to seeing each other again, and this time I really got into her. I had a job. She went to Yavapai Community College, and I'd pick her up in the truck, and we'd go to Dunkin' Donuts, and we'd go to Granite Mountain Lake, and man, we spent probably every day in the summer going out. Her mother was a mean, mean woman. Devout Catholic, smoked. Very rude woman. I did not feel comfortable with her. Very feminized. Very aggressive. Her dad was nice. Her dad and I ran a race together. I think it was a 13-mile Prescott half marathon. He hired me to do some landscaping in his yard way back in the 80s. And I looked at that woman's Facebook page today and I noticed something. There's not a picture of her husband. There's not a picture of Melinda. And it sounds like she's going through some chemo treatment, based on reading some of the comments. And it's funny, all these people are in there saying you're such an inspiration to me. God bless you. And it's all Catholics. I know some of the contacts that are in there because I went to school with some of them. I thought, why is her daughter not in there? Why is her husband not in there? I have a pretty good idea. When I was dating Melinda, Melinda told me things about her mother. Her mother made fun of her for dating me, said, you know, he's divorced, and that was when I divorced my first wife. Your grandma would roll over in her grave if she knew you were dating a non-Catholic man. And yet her mother encouraged her to date me. This is a story of two women, my mother and this woman. They were identical in so many ways. They both were antique dealers at booths in the various antique stores around Prescott. When my mother first met Melinda's mother, she thought she was weird and odd and was not comfortable around her. A few years ago, they became very close friends, and I thought, well, isn't that interesting? Let me tell you the story of Melinda. Melinda had her own pain. Melinda was different than her sister. Her sister was my age. Their sister was pretty, and I liked her sister in the beginning. I thought, wow, her sister's nice. She married a decent husband, and I liked them. I respected them. But older sister was always with mommy eating out. Always. Always. Even my mother made a comment about how weird that was. Melinda was often left out of the reindeer games. Melinda was made fun of, looked down on. And a picture began to emerge that Melinda was really not accepted by her mother. It's no wonder Melinda's picture and anything about her is not even in her mother's Facebook page. And her husband's not in there. And I thought, bet me he left her, got smart. I saw these God bless you comments. I wanted so bad to get on her site and say, this is Michael. Did you ever get born again? And there's a reason I say that. This woman, I never caused trouble for that mother of Melinda. Never. I was always polite. Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. She nicknamed me in high school, Little Redheaded Sucker. Come to find out, she nicknamed me that because I was dating her daughter. There's a nice thing to make your kids feel good about living. The woman was a bitch, pure and simple. Classic Catholicism, but not classic conversion to Christianity. One night, Melinda and I pulled up. Things were heating up because Melinda wanted me to join the Catholic Church, and I said no. And I was breaking it down theologically into the finer points that I don't agree with Catholicism because of this. Her husband comes out and says, hey, you want to come in? We want to talk to you. Sure. I come in the house, and this Catholic woman's wearing a tube top. She thought she was all that in a bag of chips and her salon tan skin. And she very arrogantly says, what is your problem? I said, excuse me? You don't drink, you don't smoke, you don't do drugs. What is this born again thing? I said, Jesus says, verily, verily, I say unto you, she cuts me off. I said, I'm not a Catholic, and I'm not going to become a Catholic, ma'am. And her husband politely says, I wasn't either, I'm a Protestant. But I joined over and I said, sir, I can't. I have theological issues. What do you got to get? I said, I'm not going to get into that here. She yelled at me, berated me, made me feel like that high. I went out of the house, I went out to my truck, and I drove home, and I thought, this is going to come to an end real soon. The next day, Melinda broke up with me. I was devastated. I stood on the back of the Prescott Courier where I worked with my pickup backed up. And the papers were late that day, and Melinda had come around the corner, wanted to talk to me. We walked a block away, and she dumped the news on me. I walked back, and one of my friends, Frank, who was waiting for the paper, says, "You all right?" I said, "No." And I just got dumped, man. He wasn't gay or nothing. He put his arm around me like a man does and says, "Oh, dude, I'm sorry." And I just bawled like a freaking baby. I have been laughed at and mocked ever since I become a Christian by everybody and anybody. And now at 49 years old, I look at the people who make fun of me and I'm going, you've got to be kidding me. Now that I've learned something and got some knowledge under my belt, I thought, they're mocking me? Boy, the joke's on them. They're all going to hell. They're all the fools. They're all the ignorant ones. Women were meaner to me than men. Let me say that. I remember my loud aunt from California, who I loved, until I became a Christian. And the walls went straight up. I suddenly saw how permissive my aunt was, how her example in front of us children was horrific. Letting us watch violent, bad, evil, bloody movies with complete nudity, one called Butterfly, where the guy's having incest with his daughter. And then skinny dipping in the pool with me. That's Southern California for you. Anything goes. You might ask, ladies, but Pacific, do you forgive people? I do, when they acknowledge that they've done wrong. But can I be honest, when they don't think they've done anything wrong, it's very tough. But Jesus said, if you don't forgive them their sins, I understand all that. And I've also seen Christian women just jackhammer all over me. And yet I've seen those same women, when they have men crap all over them, they nurse their wounds for 30 years after that. But when I stand up and say, I'm still struggling with that, you need to grow in your faith, man. You know what? Get off your kick. When somebody acknowledges to me that they've sinned, when the Jehovah's Witness called me last Christmas and said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't very nice to you when we were playing cards. I didn't expect her to do that." I said, "I forgive you. It's over and done. Thank you." Every morning we greet each other. We walk over because she gets some yogurt at the cafe across the street. We play cards. We chat. She won't give me her number. I always see a restricted call. She called to make sure I passed my physical the other day. I saw the missed call. I said, "Thank you for caring." We live in a funky, funky world. That sometimes the people who care about me the most are the people I would think to be the last ones to care. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not warming up to the Jehovah's Witness black woman. But she hangs out with me more than anybody else in that place, which I find interesting. She does not have a romantic interest in me at all. Viewers, I was having a conversation with one of my video channel fans and Facebook fans. And I'm going to put in here, if anybody hasn't been on that wants to get on and you're safe and not a troll and not a troublemaker, my Facebook is Sexy, capital S, Asian, capital A, Dragon, capital D, all one word, but the caps at the beginning of each word. Sexy Asian Dragon. Send me an ad. I'll check your site, see who you are, and if I feel you're safe, I'll confirm an ad. Chatted with one of my viewers, and she said, "How do you know the wolves in sheep's clothing from the real?" And I said, "That sounds like a good video topic, and I think that Pacific is going to have to address that. How can we tell who the frauds are? The Bible talks about in time of Jacob's trouble and tribulation that if it were possible, even the elect shall be deceived. So how can we discern, viewers, the counterfeit from the genuine article? How can you tell that I'm not a fraud? How can you tell I'm not a charlatan? Well, because I'm too dang honest, for one thing. Charlatans will never confess the kind of things on YouTube that I am. Never. And a good chance that you're dealing with a charlatan is just follow the money trail. No. The kind of stuff I say on here is not going to increase my net profit. We need more people like that in the pulpit, and less of these grandstanding idiot crooks wearing business suits and Christian bumper stickers on their Bentleys, Rolls Royces, Cadillacs, and $130,000 Mercedes. I don't want to run a church, but there's many times I've wanted to go up on the stage politely and say, "Excuse me, Pastor, by the authority vested within me in God's word, I'm asking you to sit down. You're not speaking the truth. You're not being led by the Holy Spirit, brother. You're not preaching what this congregation needs to hear. We're just encouraging the same old cultural garbage over and over. The women aren't being convicted of their sins. The men are being beat up because they masturbate and lust, but we're not dealing with the females. No, this is an equal opportunity employer, equal opportunity convictor. I'm sorry, but the Holy Spirit does not work differently with a female than he would a man. Conviction is conviction, righteousness is righteousness, unrighteousness is unrighteousness. And when preachers sugarcoat and try not to step on the women's toes, they are not honoring Jesus Christ. Pacific is a mere man. He's a cracked pot. Some of my viewers on my channel care more about me than the adopted family that adopted me. Care more about me than most Christians of most churches I've attended. I couldn't leave this. It's the only semblance of community I have. By the way, I went to church and wore this. Very disappointed. A lady coworker and her husband did not show up this morning. I was really hoping for that. He needed to hear this message. I don't know what's going on. Would you believe I didn't get one criticism for this? I had a woman come up to me and she goes, "Man, that actually looks good on you. I like it." The wig. I was told yesterday, the lady says, "You're not going to wear that to church." I said, "I might." I said, "I probably won't." I really believe that. And I woke up this morning and I said, "Why can't I?" I don't have an AC/DC shirt on and stuff. You know what's funny? The pastor saw it. He started laughing. He says, "Wow, you grew your hair fast this time." And he's bald. And one of the other church members come up and said, "When you're done with that, give that to pastor after the service because he'll need it." Everybody laughed. The Asian woman who commented about she liked my long red hair a week ago and that I cut it all off. I had my Asian this thing on too. It looked really good. I had my brand new black jeans, so nice and black, and I had on this, if you can see it there, get it in the light, my Asian red jacket there, not jacket, but the silk shirt. And she goes, "What have you done to yourself?" "Oh, Michael." I said, "I did it for you, man. Asian black hair, and I even wore my Asian shirt." And she slapped me. She goes, "Oh, you." If there's one thing I've learned out of all of my ups and downs, hurts, scars, and junk, I'm going to be myself. I'm not going to let this world entirely squeeze me into its mold, because I've seen enough of this world and it's got it all wrong. I don't hate women, but I do hate the attitude and the combativeness and the immaturity and the wrong-headed thinking of most American females. And if they don't like my view on that, I don't mean to be rude, but kiss my butt. I've arrived. I'm going to stand on the truth, because the truth has set me free to be who I am and be comfortable with. If I want to wear a wig, I'll wear it. And if I don't, I don't. You know? It's as simple as that. I can transform into anything. Transformers, more than meets the eye. It's getting hot in there. Viewers, I'm not playing victim. I get up, I go and do what I need to do. But my viewers need to know, I've been through stuff. I've been through hurt. I've been through rejection, and it bothers me. At 49 years old, you can't ask for your mommy and daddy anymore. It's too late. It's time to move on. You know, and you guys are going to laugh at me because I'm not like most men. I'm not out there trying to prove a macho complex. Does anybody remember the first Babe movie, the pig? And they pull the little piglets out of the way, and they take the mama pig to be slaughtered and dump the pig in the truck, and you hear Babe go, "Mama." I know it was a kid's movie, but I cried. You know why? Because I resonated with that. I've never had the kind of a relationship like that where I could call for my mom, my mommy. I didn't understand myself growing up. I was hyper. I know I did things wrong, but I didn't understand anything. I sure as heck didn't understand women, and I still don't. But I still have the confidence to say what I need to say, and I don't care what other people think. You know, I finally grew some chest hairs on YouTube. Last summer, I was all twisted up over Club Butthurt and MGTOW, and that all went away. I think it is disgusting what Loremaster has done. Childish, totally immature. But a guy who's laying on his bed with no shirt on, and I did videos with no shirt on, but he's just laying there in bed looking like he hasn't even gotten in the shower and running his mouth saying, every time you talk about me, I'm going to do a video and I'm going to get all your viewers over here. The only ones that went over there were people that were all on that side of the fence anyway. I didn't really lose anything. If anything, the channel has steadily gained mine. Then he conjures up this false conversion to Christianity and said, oh, it was all a joke. It was a social experiment. And then I laughed when I thought he was serious, and I even agreed when he made a video saying that, he doesn't need a woman. And I thought, I'm sure if you ask him, he's still struggling with lust and masturbation, just like every other male. I do not respect an individual that claims they were converted to Christianity and renounced secularism and then turn around and say that was all just a ploy. I don't watch Loremaster's channel. I have no interest. I was really excited when I thought he was genuinely converted. Well, I can say this much. Lore Master's not going to be laughing when he's standing in the lake of fire. If he never trusted Christ, I wouldn't want to be there. I'm amazed at how blindsided I am when I see physical beauty. Even women that I know are just a problem. It's hard not to notice when her breasts are showing, or those peekaboo shirts, or when they lean over and there's the 2 buttons on the shirt, the collared shirt they wear, and they lean over and you can see right through the side of the bra and get a nice view of the shape of their breasts. And women, they don't realize. Some don't and some do. Some know what they're doing and find it a power trip for them and an ego trip and attention whore. And others get angry when men are looking there. And after years of watching all this play out, it's really dawned on me that if women were doing what they were supposed to do and men were doing what they were supposed to do, I would have less problem with lust if the women weren't in the workplace and they were at home raising children properly, taking care of the home, and that is a job, and that is not to be minimized by a bunch of radical feminists who want to put down a woman for leaving a career and going home and being a stay-at-home mom. This world system is against Christ. This world system hates God, hates us, the followers of Christ, and they're going to shred any woman that tries to live Proverbs 31 or lives Ephesians about wives being submissive to their husbands, reverencing her husband, respecting. There's more emphasis in our female culture put on that, I'll submit to the man if. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible does not give a free pass. Got a hair stuck in my glasses. And we've covered that over and over. That even those that do not obey the word may be won over by your chaste behavior. When is the last time, males, the American males on this channel, you've seen a chaste woman? I don't. I had a viewer, not on my YouTube channel, but on my Facebook, who's a friend of one of my friends. He had told me about her because I had spoken with her daughter, who's a redhead, who's married, and I said, wow, she's pretty. And he had thought that maybe I might be attracted to her mother. So she sent a Facebook ad, I added her. And anybody can get on my Facebook. It's not about whether you're attractive or not. Let me make that very clear so people don't take this out of context. This is the other thing about America I hate. You always have to explain things because there's always some pundit out there to go, well, see, he only attracts attractive girls or once. No, not true. If that were true, I wouldn't even have any men on there now, would I? Hello? My Facebook is open to the general YouTube fans that I have and other people that I know outside of YouTube, like Mouse in Hong Kong and some others in Hong Kong. But I'm sitting there posting stuff on my Facebook, and this woman writes and says, I see that all you care about is good-looking woman. I'm not very attractive, but I've got a heart, and men don't look on the inside, and I'm thinking, I have never chatted her at all. I've left a comment on some of the pictures she puts of different things, or left a comment about them towing a couch behind a 4x4 pickup through a muddy field in Vermont, and the kids are sitting on the couch getting splattered with mud. That was funny. But I've never actually done the chat with her, and this pops up, and I'm like, wow. right away making an assumption and a put down. And for my viewers that aren't on my Facebook, what I do is every day I post woman of the day, woman or women of the day. I'll find a country, and yeah, sometimes I put bikini-clad women, no nudes, nothing inappropriate on that end of things, but some nice-looking gals. Some of them are dressed to the nines, too. Highlighting the beauty of faces and highlighting the beauty of shoulders and their form, and the people have been having fun with that. Some of the women have commented on the different photos favorably. And it's not about lesbian, it's just appreciating beauty. And so I wrote this woman back. In the chat box, I said, I post the pictures of those women because I appreciate beauty, but even I know that dating any of those women, that they probably have not the prettiest heart. I'm not fooled by beauty. I said, I know many women that aren't attractive, but that have a heart and are great personalities. No comment after that. So I told my friend, I said, oh, one of your friends is getting possibly pissy. And he says, yeah, that's women. She was added to my site. She came onto my site. I didn't go and get her. And I never told her I'm not attracted to you. I'm interested. I never told her either way. I never had a conversation. And I touched on this earlier, but let's round it out. Let's broaden it out. I have watched women get angry at me if I'm not interested in them. I mean angry. Act out, react, leave hate comments like, we weren't even going out. I haven't even expressed an interest in you and you're mad. I'm not going to force myself to go after somebody I don't have an interest in. I don't know too many girls that will do that unless it's motivated by a big paycheck out of the deal. That's sad. That is really sad that women can look in a male world and say that we make sex objects out of women. And women seem to excuse themselves with such class and dignity that they don't do the same thing with regard to how much a man makes and how many possessions he's got. And if you want to know where a woman's heart is really at after a divorce, watch what happens. Who's the one suing who? The woman's going to the court, want the house, want the car, want the bank accounts. They want it all. Pacific is still working through his life. And I heard the pastor's sermon today, and it talks about plucking out your eye. The way to deal with lust is to starve it, and I agree with that. And can I be honest, men? We like to feed it. But even if you don't look at the pictures, and even if you don't do this, pastor said if you got a woman coming on to you at your job, quit your job. What do you do if you're just lusting after people at your job? Should you quit every time you come across that? The bottom line is there's no way for us men to get away from it. I don't care if you're in the supermarket. I don't care if you're at Home Depot. Lust is all over the place. We got to understand what Jesus is saying, but we also got to use common sense, which Jesus also gave us. Use your brain. One of the biggest lies out there is people that get caught up in affairs with upper management in the workplace. Boy, is that dangerous as all get out. That woman that you go and sleep with that's in that high position, wow, she could shove you under the bus so fast you could lose your job. lust is not just a male's fault. We'll be held accountable for our sins, but women are deliberately being stumbling blocks for us. And we hear the whining all the time from the female camp. Oh, they just objectify us, and I'm so tired of that. Well, every time you open your mouth, I don't hear too much intelligence come out of it. You know, you went and got a college degree to have a flaky job so you can make flaky amounts of money and buy your flaky Starbucks coffee, and you happen to be showing your boobs, and that's the only part of you that catches my attention because the rest of it is a turn off. When is the last time you've met a woman who's good looking who actually cares about you? Who comes up and puts her arm around you and says, man, I see you're down today, you okay? And means it. I'm not even going to get on that kick. It's hard for me to see multi-dimensional with regards to these kinds of women. If a woman wants to be treated and viewed not as an object, they might want to do some introspection and say, how are you living and how are you carrying yourself and how are you coming across? And I'm sorry, a lot of women don't know what the word friends means anymore. You know, Facebook, I'm going to unfriend you, I'm going to friend you. That means nothing. Women all over this country got 600, 700,000 Facebook friends, people they've never met face-to-face, never will meet face-to-face, and it's all flim-flam, fluff and puff and chuffy-chuff. That's all it is. Now, I'm going to argue the people that are on my site, they're there because they're after substance. None of them are there to be my flaky friends. None of them. They're there because of the content of my videos, and they've come to like the persona that is me on YouTube, and I'm thankful for that. I don't take that for granted. There's 71 people on Facebook. That's significant to me, because this isn't just like, oh, we're going to befriend each other. No, these are people that they know what I'm all about. There's no schmooze here. But when you come to American Women and all their friends, look, go on a woman's Facebook page and look around at their pictures. I got the little thing the other day that says people you may know, and I scrolled down this list of all these Facebook. I'm like, I don't know half of these people. All of them are from the Philippines. I mean, with the Philippine name and where they're living, and I'm like, how are they connected to me possibly knowing them? And I look for the things saying that they're mutual friends with so-and-so, but all these that are saying that I know, they're not mutual with anybody I know. In fact, they're not mutual with me, anybody connected to me. I clicked on this one beautiful girl's site, Filipina, and it's picture after picture of her holding the camera on selfie, selfie, selfie. Women spend more time over their bodies and their looks than they do their heart and their intellect. Women spend more time, including my ex-wife, knowing about the who's who in Hollywood and all the trash on the rag tabs at the checkout aisle than they do about Bible. And let's be fair, women are viewing us with contempt as well. Women aren't valuing us, men. Women aren't valuing us. They're not listening to us. They're not meeting us halfway anymore. They have pulled all the way over to the selfish end of the spectrum. You look at every date out there, 99.9% of any American date post, whether it's on Craigslist, Harmony, Plenty of Sharks, Match.com, they are all about them. Nothing that they have to offer the relationship, their man. It's all about what I want. But we're accused of objectifying them. Well, I'm going to say something that's going to shock every American woman out here. If I was a multimillionaire and I wanted to buy me a lover, I wouldn't buy any of you. Not one. I would get on a jet plane, I'd go to a country, and I know some of the women I'd choose. On looks alone, it'd be the Russians, be the Asians. On longevity and faithfulness and a woman who could be good to me, I'd look at some of the Asian cultures. If I want to marry a ghetto queen, I'd come to America. And no, I don't want to marry a ghetto queen. No, I'm not saying that all the women over here are ghetto queens. No, that's not what I'm saying. I confess to my viewers, I've gone through a lot of whims in my life, and I still do and still will. Fortunately, I'm smart enough to not just jump ship and go stupid anymore. My chasing Beth in Hong Kong, there was a couple things that entered into that. When I first saw Beth's pictures, I thought she was really good looking. Mind you, when I went over in 2008, she was a lot younger looking than she is now by a long shot. That brown skin, that long black shiny Asian hair, I loved it. And I was caught up in arousal. Seeing her the first 2 weeks over there, she was not nice. Demanding of money, rude, inconsiderate, immature, walking off the ferry without waiting for me. Here I am in a foreign place, don't know where I'm going. It's amazing how fast I learned Hong Kong after living there, but when I went over there the first time, everything was foreign. And I've been so blindsided by lust that I was willing to date a Latvian woman on New Year's who had told me she smoked, though she minimized and downplayed it. And I said, Pacific, I don't care if she's drop dead hot, which you thought she was. Hold to your standards. You don't like cigarettes? Don't date one who smokes. You don't like alcohol? Don't date one who drinks any. You got a girl who's a liberal? I don't care if she likes you. You look her right in the eye and say, well, you're beautiful and you're nice to me, but your liberalism and my conservatism would not work for a long-term relationship. Let me make that clear from the outset. But we don't do that as guys. We see some cleavage showing. We see her go like this, and we're suckers every time. Arousal is confusing and it's blinding. Oftentimes we mistake arousal for love. And as Pastor said, or I've said it, it is not. The sexual urges within a man are more powerful than a nuclear reactor. Let me just say it. And a man who's in lust of a woman doesn't see reality at all. They're single-minded, focused. Ooh, I want her, want her, want her. The other reason 50% of all marriages end in divorce is because men have been taught by a Hollywood culture to go for the hot-looking woman. They don't sit down and take the time to get to see the so-called persona of that hot-looking body, that you're basically involved with a shell of a woman who in her heart, the Exxon Valdez ran aground a long time ago and oil is leaking all over the place. We need to stop getting excited about saran wrap. And we need to start getting excited about what's deep inside that saran wrap. Viewers, we've been busy for a while. Some of this is a bit rambling, I admit that. The Pacific wanted to set the record straight, because we still have some females out there that get just enough angst about me and my views, and I want to make it very crystal clear. Oh, well. I'm big enough to deal with that. This is not a video channel saying I'm superior to women. This is not a video channel that says I've got it all together. No. It's a video channel where another voice can be heard that brings more clarity to the issue instead of just a one-sided, lopsided, women-dominated, feministic, anti-male, man-hating club out there that's just out of control. Most of my life, I've seen women after women just be horrible, 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 horrible. That women that'll be professional at their job. When I'm working in a man's house in Minnesota and the wife comes home, she's an Italian with big knockers on her, and she's got Elle magazines strewn all over the bathroom floor. Nobody's home. I go up to use the toilet. I'm like, oh my gosh. And these Elle magazines are porn. Several of them no bras on, and I'm on the toilet going, geez, these are pretty. And she was a hottie. But watching her while I worked in that house, I thought, you would not want that woman at all. She got her way, and she was rude. He didn't get something done that day, and instead of being professional in front of me, she unloaded on him right in the garage while we were working on a stained glass window together. I'm thinking, wow, that was brilliant. Yelling and screaming at her husband in front of me, the hired help. Okay. And we all go to the same church together. Now, somebody might argue, well, she feels comfortable with you, that she... Okay, fair's fair. Does she feel comfortable, or does she not give a crap? I'm seeing more that is more in line with what reality is. She was a 10. And when I watched the way she was with him, I thought, my gosh, what a handful. Some women out there from some different cultures are not safe people to marry for us as Americans. And I need to tell some of the guys that. Some of you guys already know that. I'd be very careful about the Latina Hispanic culture. If you want drama and you want moodiness and you want out and outright emotionalism, and same with a lot of Italian women and Spanish, hot-headed. But you can go to Asia and you got that, what I call the Asian tiger temper. But you can say it about white women. People always joke that Germans have a temper. So do Irish. So do Norwegians. And we sit there, and I've been guilty of trying to say, well, this race is different than that race, only in certain settings, certain cultural backdrops, in certain ways. A case in point is if you look at Africans that are raised in the UK, high quality, beautiful, educated, proper British English, polite manners. You come to most of them here, and it's always dissolves into the ghetto. My cousin was telling me a funny story about a movie he was watching on TV. It was about don't know the name of it, but this black family lived next door to a Chinese man, and they were always arguing with each other. And the black man said to the Chinese man, he had invited them to dinner, and the black man said, no, if I wanted to experience your culture, I just, put a cat in the wok and cook it. And the Asian smiled and said, that's okay. If I wanted to experience your culture, all I'd have to do is turn on cops. I laughed. I'm sorry. Truth. Total truth. And you know what? The older I get, I'm just saying what needs to be said. The blacks are bold as hell about their feelings against us. They mouth off in public places, oh, white people, this and that. And I, very genteel-oriented, say something about the black community, and I get, a whole bunch of hits on, you're a racist. No, I'm not. Viewers, there's a lot in this. What makes this channel? You know, what keeps the fire burning is fuel. What keeps this channel going is fuel. The fuel of experience, the fuel of the Word of God, the fuel of Pacific talking about his stuff. You know, I don't think psychologists do any good. I think some of the best things you can do is journal. And the best thing I'm doing is I don't journal anymore because this is my journal. Did you know that? It's become... I hate writing. I hate... My hand cramps up and holding that pen, and it's tedious. But I like talking, so why not use it? It's a touchstone for other people coming in to go, you know what, I like to listen to this because I can relate to this. I'm not the only one who's gone through my stuff. You all have your own unique fingerprint of damage, scars, boo-boos. And we're going to talk about how to spot the fraud versus the real, the counterfeit versus the genuine article. Because today we're living in a time where it's very hard oftentimes to tell the Christians from the non-Christians. How do you know that these evangelists are truly, televangelists are truly born again and have eternal life and are going to heaven? It's a good question. I mean, you look at a woman like Joyce Myers, I have enough reason to believe that she very well could not be saved. Some of the stuff she says theologically about what Jesus did down there in hell is ridiculous. We're going to see an increase and a stepping up globally of angst against Christians, of people trying so rigidly to deny the truth of God's Word. National Geographic, the evolutionists, and the media is doing it full speed ahead. You can't believe what the media tells you anymore. And I'm going to say, rule of thumb, my viewers, you cannot believe the secular media when they say anything about biblical Christianity. It's almost always going to be completely inaccurate. Maharani is getting indoctrinated with a raft load of false teaching, attacking, belittling, making fun of, and relegating Christianity to the level of a myth. She's a strong, sure-footed person. She's not buying it. But when the universities are doing that, and when I see silly Colorado dingbat women on their Craigslist profiles, I want a college-educated man, you need to laugh. I will tell you that most of the college-educated women that I know don't have near the education I have from Experience 101. They can't counsel people. They can't analyze people. I have my own education. And it costs a lot of money to obtain it. Mistakes, learning by hard knocks, the consequences of those sins. It's not going to be easy to deal with the battle of lust. It's become comfortable to just give in to it. It's comfortable because deep down in my heart I believe, you know, and I told Maharani, I'm not going to find somebody on these shores, and I'm not even going to try. If I see a girl and it looks like we can have a date and an enjoyable evening, I'm up for that. But to me, the idea of looking for a mate, done. The idea of me looking for a mate in a foreign country, done. The Pacific, wouldn't you want that? If they want to come over here and they want to pay for their own visa and get here and come after me, I'll welcome you. Provided we're, you know, compatible and attracted to each other, but no, I'm not going to go chase somebody down overseas. And even Maharani, she constantly is worried about the prospect that I might find a girlfriend. I said, Maharani, we talk, We have feelings for each other, but we can't have each other, and you've known that for over a year. And there are times when I've told her, if you cannot properly adjust yourself, that we can talk, we can, have this, conversations and stuff. But if you cannot accept the fact that if I find a girlfriend over here that's worth her salt, I'm going to date her. You cannot expect me to have an online love relationship with you. It won't work, and she knows that. And I've told her several times, if you keep bringing this up, that you're worried about me finding a mate over here, you can't have me anyway. There are so many barriers standing in the way of that, the biggest of which is financial. And I told her last night, if you can't refrain from this, I will delete you from Skype, and I will say goodbye. Because you're there, and as much as you hate it there, you got to focus on your university and your life there. Now, would women hearing me think I'm being insensitive? Probably I'm not. But I have a responsibility. I have not led her on. I never led her on to believe that, this can be. But I think that she's still believing it can. But can I be honest with my viewers? Something's happening to me in the last 6 months. As much as I like to brag that I'm young and put on a wig and be funny, I am aging, and I feel it. And she's 24. And there's just enough of a gap there that part of me says, I don't know if I want to be with somebody that young. You understand what I mean, viewers? It's not a slam to her. It's just that there's too much of a stair step between us. Maharani is a lovely little thing. People aren't nice to her over there either. Guys aren't after her. The only ones that are after her are India or Greek guys that seem to be a little strange. But none of the white guys look at her. Thank God. But I feel bad for her. She's lonely. She doesn't have one close friend. And that shocks me. For a 24-year-old, long, black-haired, pretty, dainty woman doesn't have a friend. I cannot get that. She's got friends online back in Cebu, but she doesn't have anybody there. There's a lot of us out there that are right here on YouTube, aren't there? Lonely people. People that use this as their form of community. People who've connected with each other. And some pundit would come in and say, oh yeah, you're all just a bunch of misfits and antisocial. Nah, antisocial, that's why I'm talking on YouTube and putting my face out there. Don't get me wrong, I liked Burn the Ender, but he would not show his face. He blacked out his screen, and then he pulled his whole channel down because his uncle found out. And I was like, wow. I don't care if my oldest sister, uncle, cousin, cousin's wife, my mother, anybody saw every video out here. I'm keeping the channel. You know why? Because I'm tired of playing the game so as not to offend. Offense can be good. It does make people mad, but sometimes it causes them to dig deeper, and maybe God can get a hold of them with that conviction that I put. Because I'll tell you what, my mother's not going to get that from the Catholic Church. My oldest sister's not going to get it from the Mormon religion. I'm not against anybody watching my channel. Not at all. And this is where I have an upper hand advantage. Because I figure if anybody's listening to my channel, at least they're going to be hearing much of the time sprinkled in the Word of God, and faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the Word of God. And they may not listen to any preacher or any televangelist, which I don't recommend you do anyway. Televangelists are a waste of time. But they may watch this. They may never darken the doors of a church. Yes, I want to come out from the world and be separate, but I want to be so holier than thou that I come off as a self-righteous prig. I want people to be saved and converted to true Christianity. I still get those comments, man, I love your video, but why do you got to talk about God? I agree with everything except that God part, because I don't compartmentalize faith from politics, from controversy, from anything. Being a Christian is not a hobby. It's not like radio-controlled airplanes, okay? You play with radio-controlled airplanes and you put them all back in their little garage and containers and you go home. My faith is not like that. Church is not just something that's on Sunday and c'est la vie, Monday through Sunday or Monday through Saturday. It's just back to business as usual. God is supposed to be, for us as Christians, is supposed to be all or everything for the whole of life. And I got to get one of those heads. There's a pig statue out there, and this thing fits perfectly over it. I'll tell you what, though. The first time I laid eyes on that Asian black hair, even of Beth, I couldn't keep my hands off of it. So shiny and fine and silky smooth. I think God did a fabulous job with diversity in looks. Just diversity, that women don't all have the exact same size breasts or the same facial features, that everybody's got their own fingerprint face, fingerprint body shapes and curves, and I'm fascinated by that. Like I said, I always use the analogy of scuba diving and snorkeling, and I've never done it, but I've watched, shows where they've done that, the old Jacques Cousteau, and it's amazing how colorful and beautiful it is. And the butterfly fish and angelfish and jellyfish and starfish and stonefish and lionfish and barracuda and sharks and mantas. I love mantas. I'd like to ride on a huge manta, just grab onto its back as it soars up out of the ocean. I'd like to grab the back of a blue whale that's partially surfaced and just feel that thing going full speed like a submarine. I would love the rush that would create and be just behind that blow spout and get just bathed. The blue whales are fascinating to me. It's the biggest creature God made that's still alive. 200 feet long, I think. That's huge. Have you ever listened to whales talk? All their clicks and... weird stuff. Type in whale sounds on YouTube. Pretty cool stuff. Ships' sonars can pick that stuff up. For us men, it's not easy to deal with life with purity in our hearts. It's not easy. It's not easy. We got to try not to feed it. We got to try to starve it. And the truth is if we men are honest, women haven't helped us one bit in that arena. They've become so flaky, so superficial, so skin deep, that all there's left is to look at their body and vicariously live through an orgasm, and it is wrong. And women, I'm going to tell you from a man's perspective, you've got to look at yourself. We know you're made different. We know that you operate more on emotion, less on logic. We understand that. But don't put us down for being different. Don't blame everything on us. Don't tell us we objectify you when we watch you willingly objectify yourselves. That all that seems to matter to you is your selfish, narcissistic ways. And all these young girls, all, not just in the U.S., but now in Asia, taking picture after picture of look at me, look at me, look at me. You got it, girl. We're looking at you. You're good for masturbation. That's it. I'm going to say what I need to say. And if the women are offended, okay. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. I've heard the crap for a long time, and it's time to talk truth. If you don't want to be just simply a product of one man's ejaculation, then start becoming multidimensional so that we can start looking at you as multidimensional. Stop being bitches. Stop being materialistic. Stop being demanding of our money. Stop being so rude and so narcissistic and self-centered. But that's not going to happen in this country. Not with the masses. Broad is the road that leads to destruction. Many there be that enter on that highway. I remember being at Cinta J's in Wanchai. And they start playing the song Highway to Hell. Americans think that's funny. They're cutesy with it. Girls up there, Highway to Hell. You're dumb. You're really dumb. You're on it. You're in the express lane. Christian women, need I say any more? Take a look at yourselves. Start looking at the Word of God and stop obsessing over yourself and thinking you never sin. Stop saying you want a godly man and start looking at your lifestyle and ask, is your lifestyle godly? Is your materialism godly? Is your gossip godly? Is your cleavage exposing shirt godly? Is your attitude against males godly? Is your lack of submission godly? Is your getting up in a man's face because I'm an American and I have rights godly? No. I've had women tell me I'll never marry a man who's struggling with lust. Well, you'll never get married then, will you? Oh no, I'll find a godly man who doesn't struggle with it. No, you won't. Even some of the best men I know that are married to the most beautiful wives, even good, godly wives, have confessed to me that it's a battle. And I think what we're doing is getting down to the nuts and bolts of Christian faith. We sing that song, there's victory in Jesus, my Savior, forever. He sought me and he bought me with his redeeming blood. He loved me ere I knew him, and all my love is due him. He plunged me to victory beneath a whelming flood. That's good hymns. Pay attention to those words. There is victory in Jesus. He loved me ere I knew him. He loved me before I knew him. He plunged me to victory beneath the cleansing blood, the flood of his blood. And we got to realize that. And Pacific doesn't give formulaic approaches to how to end your lust in 10 days. You will battle it for the rest of your life. What I can say to us men is we need to starve it, and I'm not very good at that. I'm real good at it until I get depressed or lonely. And somehow, we men need to articulate it from our minds to our hearts to communicate to our heart, why are you lusting after that image of that woman who would never go out with you in real life anyway? Why? We're deceiving ourselves when we masturbate over that because that woman doesn't love you. She's not interested in you. She's interested in a paycheck. And we like to star in our own personal naughty videos. And it's all fantasy. Because she ain't going to do it with you or me. And when you start to unpack this, women are very evil. In that they will not give us their bodies, but they'll advertise it, their nudity, for all to see. And they'll do it with other women, and they'll play the porn pig queen. And we men get the 99% condemnation on Sunday morning in church. It's messed up. Well, Christian women don't do this. No, not at all. Christian women have been guilty of serial dating, letting us men feel them up under their shirts and bras, and then they dump us. And they tell us we're not godly enough. I've seen and heard it all. Just so you know, I made these videos today, Sunday, and I may not get them uploaded today. I ran into a problem. I went to upload another video. It's an hour long. It said 300, 400 minutes. I'm like, what? So YouTube's masturbating again, and for whatever reason, it's not working. I don't know why. Every so often it does that, and I'll have to wait a day before whatever's going on. I don't know if there's too much activity on YouTube or what. But I did one this morning, Creflo Dollar's outrageous request, and I won't give that away. You can watch it yourself. Women, quit objectifying yourselves. Stop narcissizing over your bodies. Stop tithing all your hard-earned money to the makeup and cosmopolitan and fashion industry and start investing in making your heart godly, as well as taking care of yourself. I've heard too many fat women out there on Christian sites say, I want to find a man who loves me just as I am, and realize that the heart is more important than the physical shell. Nice little cutesy quote. You know how many of those women that are fat that are posing on Craigslist? One in Spokane who was very overweight said, I don't want an obese man. I'm not attracted to fat men. I wrote her and I said, I'm looking at your pictures and you're obese yourself. She wrote back, F you, blah, 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 blah. And she was a porker. Even the fat women are picky. I see it in my workplace. Women I wouldn't even think of dating, and they're picky. I'm like, wow. And you know why that's happening? Because we got a bunch of men that are so desperate they'd go after them too. No, I'm not there yet, thank God. I don't want somebody that big. All right, Eric. Let me know how you're doing with your girlfriend in the Philippines, and here's a 4-hour for you. I hope it's not too boring. It's been a while since I've done a 4-hour tour, and it's 4:12 p.m. Pacific has very valid reasons for his views on American women, very valid reasons for some of my angst on American women. I will not apologize for that, and I will not be clinically diagnosed by a bunch of women who have no background whatsoever on myself or any expertise in counseling or healing or theology. They want to sit there and say, you have anger issues, you're misogynistic. Bite me. I and every other man has a right to bleed sometimes and menstruate about our problems and what we've gone through with women. Don't turn it around and say that we've really got a problem while you whine and moan and have a period that lasts for 30 years over it. some bad thing you went through with one guy. I'm talking about a 49 years accumulus of stuff. And don't think I've covered even 1/8 of this of my video. I haven't. I see most women as irrational, undisciplined, slothful, lazy, disrespectful, unsubmissive, rebellious, combative, angry, rageful. That's what I see in this country. I sure as heck see it right here in Denver, all around me. Narcissistic, self-serving, bragging, boastful, rude, disrespecting, no manners, non-reciprocal, hypocritical, double standard. They want my phone number but won't give me theirs. I mean, it's ridiculous. I saw a sticker on a woman's car that actually made me very angry years ago in Denver here. Never have sex with a pro-lifer. That was a woman. Can I be honest? Never have sex with an abortionist. Never. Don't even fall in love, get attracted to, or give her any of your attention. You want to make love with a murderer? I don't. I'm against abortion. And I will make no apologies or retractions for that. Yeah, I get tired of some of the shenanigans of kids and stuff, but you don't have a right to kill that baby. You do not have a right at all. Supreme Court has no authority over God and his standard. None. And the Supreme Court that decided that, everybody on that circuit will be held accountable by God for that. When I look at women rationalize their right to kill, no wonder they're being objectified. When women want to take on men and compete with men and yell at men and get in their face, no wonder we objectify you. You kind of women are only good for a orgasm. That's it. And even that is debatable. Most of you white women don't know how to make love with any passion, any romance, anything. I hear women, I don't like being touched. Yeah, but you show your boobs all the time. Why is that? I could go on and on and on for hours, but I got stuff to do. I love women. And at the same time, I can't stand them sometimes. There's a lot of women I cannot stand, couldn't stand, won't stand. It's a mixed up world out there. Okay, everybody. You have tuned into the Sexy Asian Dragon. This is Pacific Ocean Asia. I am signing off the air and closing out this Sunday with another fine YouTube video production from the desk of Pacific. Hope you enjoyed it. Give me your feedback. This is Pacific signing off. Bye-bye.